He walked early. He was fine with like foods and stuff. And everything, but like when you do the well checks, like you have to do for the babies,
Yeah,
the doctor would ask like a series of questions and everything, and then they would be like, okay, we're just gonna keep an eye on it, because
Mm-hmm.
he is not talking or responding. Like they never specifically said that like autism was even a thing.
All right, Ashley, let's get through this. Um,
It's easier
well,
when we walk.
I know. Yeah, I know. Let's crack an any. Let's just get this thing going hard.
I think I just tasted it when you.
Kim K. Kardashian, you want to sponsor us?
Oh yeah, he'll drink a case or not a case, a
Oh
pallet a
gosh,
day.
I know. All right, Ashley, let's just start with you, like we're like a regular podcast. Tell me where you're from. I know where you're from. Tell everybody else where you're from.
Way to throw me on the spot. Not prepared for this.
Just a background. Where are you from, Ashley?
Oh, I was born in Colorado, but I've lived here all my life. So, in Idaho, Nampa, Idaho.
Yeah, only like a mile from where we're at now. You've literally grown up in the same block your whole life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we lived there when I was 6. We did live in Boise, but then the parents built the house, and so it's been there since then.
Yep. So yeah, you guys moved over here when you were 6, and then you've pretty much been here your whole life, Nampa. Yeah, you've had a pretty cool childhood growing up, I guess. Like in the hunting space, I guess that was kind of what drew me towards you when I first started talking to you. I guess in high school, I guess is when we talked, even though we met in middle school. But
I mean, you can say it's a cool aspect, and sure, it's nice to do something with your family, but
it was like
you
the
get
only
at the
thing.
point of view, it's the only thing.
That's the only thing you guys did, huh? Like on vacation wise.
That camping.
Yeah.
But yeah, something that was kind of pretty forced upon.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Yeah. Did you never did really any sports or anything growing up, right?
no.
No. You did the Girl Scouts though, right?
I did Girl Scouts, yeah. And I did it for like, I would say 2 or 3 years. And then started going to middle school, and so then it wasn't cool anymore. So I just stopped doing it.
Yeah. The only girl of 2 other brothers, 2 other siblings that are brothers. How was it growing up as the only girl in the house?
I mean, I don't know what to compare it to. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I do have a stepsister, and she came and stayed with us for like a week in the summertime, one year, and then just no relationship there. So it was just my brothers, but we have such a big age gap that it's more like you don't really know them, or you weren't in the area with them until kind of got older and more mature.
Yeah.
Or even now, the little brother still doesn't vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody just grows different ways once you're out of the house, I think. It's interesting when you have you compare like all the siblings and stuff, even though you might have grown up together, everybody still goes their own ways.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think it's also there's different ages, the age spread out, because we have 4 years between me and my oldest brother, and then 4.5 between me and my youngest brother, or maybe switched. I don't know, but they, and so it was, they were teenagers when at separate times or just into different things, and being a male and female is obviously different,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah. So what'd you do during middle school then when you gave up on the Girl Scout thing since it wasn't cool anymore?
there's nothing in middle school. I mean, we went to school, and then the thing was hunting, just making sure. But like even in school and stuff, I, I don't know. I guess not a lot of people around here are actually outdoorsy. And so, like when I would say that I went hunting over the weekend, and the teachers ask or whatever, they would be shocked, and they would want to just talk about it a little bit to see how it is, because even the teachers weren't going. I remember Mr. Reeve, right? Yeah. Yeah, he was one that was always like, "You got any meat this for me?" or and stuff, and I would take him. I would take him bear meat, elk meat, like, and he would be appreciative of it, and he'd sit there and want me to show him pictures and stuff. But
Yeah, because your first animal you got was a mountain lion, right?
yeah,
At how old? 12?
yeah, it was my first year officially hunting or being able to shoot. So
That's pretty cool because most people's first animal is usually like something small, like a turkey or something, and or even a deer for like a large game animal, and you go straight for the big old predator of the woods.
well, it was kind of a weird kind of situation. We were bear hunting, and so it was beginning before even deer and elk had been open. So it was like, what is it, like September, I'd say, and we used hounds, and we had a hound in the morning tree a bear. It took a minute for us to track him, to find him, and then for whoever was up to shoot it. And so we got that all completed, loaded up, and we were missing a dog. We were missing the runt. And they were able to locate her. And we went down just to see, because they're trained not to leave. They're trained to keep the bear or whatever they're hunting in a tree. And so you have to go down physically to get them. And so we all went down, and she had a mountain lion just in the tree all day long. And so they asked me, and they were like, "Hey, you want to shoot it? Like, we got to kind of reward her because she's been here all day by herself doing this." And I said, "Yeah." And so they set me up. I remember Donnie helping me angle to use the tree branch just to use for the rest and to shoot it. And it wasn't a giant mountain lion or anything, but to say it's the first animal you kill,
Yeah.
it's a big thing. And so that was the first one. But like I said, like even now, back then I would, like I sit here and I think about it, back then I'm like, well, I mean, I am one of those people that just, you shoot one animal, got a check mark, you can move on.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with it. Like, I don't need trophies and nothing. I just got a list.
Yeah.
But you, obviously, the way you eat, kind of,
Yeah.
it gets to the point where it's needed. But
Yeah, I was just telling someone that I was like, it used to be just like a hobby, kind of like yeah, the meat was nice, but now it's like it's a necessity. Like it is expensive, especially just to go buy as much meat as like for my bodybuilding prep. I mean, we went with the cheapest meat possible that we could, and yeah, it was still added up. So it would have been nice to have an elk for last year, but yeah, it's definitely a need now. But yeah, that one and done. There's definitely those one and done animals. I think I don't know.
I don't
Actually,
know.
I don't know if there is a one and done.
Well, I don't know. Like, you sit there and you think about it. Like, actually, I think about it and I'm like, I've shot a mountain lion. I've shot a bear. I've had several deer. I've shot one elk. And you sit there and you think about all those animals. The one that I was most excited for, the one where I'd sit there and shake just because, like I was so excited. You get those shakes, and I don't remember. There's some phrase that my dad and Boog use for,
Like buck fever.
but yeah, but it's elk fever.
Mm-hmm.
You got the elk fever. It's just the elk, and it wasn't anything big or anything. It was just a spike. But I think that the biggest thing about it was just my dad and I, because normally we hunt in like groups, like even the deer or whatever. Everybody's there.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, my dad and I actually hiked down together, and he was the one that it was the one animal that I actually helped gut and everything because it was just him and I. Like I was the one sitting there having to put my whole weight. I remember putting my whole weight on this giant animal just to hold the leg back so he could cut it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's also the size of them.
Yeah, they're big.
It just kind of excites you on that. But
I know. That was something that was cool about you, and that you were a big hunter and stuff. And then we haven't gone on any hunts together in our 16 years. I mean, we've been on hunts, but we haven't been like just you and me going hunting together. I've been on like family vacation, like your guys' family vacations. Like it would be their hunting weeks or something. But then we had kids, and so you'd be hanging out with the kids or something, or then you go out on like little rides with your dad or something. But one of these times we're gonna have to just ditch the kids and go on our own backcountry hunt, and
yeah,
it'd be cool. You got that one deer when we were together, but that was like from the road. But we had the kids with us too.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, when I just jumped out and just shot it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Jumped out, got 10 feet off the road, and then shot. Yeah.
I did. Good.
Yeah.
I did walk it down. They parked and walked back.
Yeah. So you're all right. You're covered. You can road hunt. You just can't shoot from the road or off the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess that, like, if you sit there and you think about, like, or I think about my childhood, that is a big part of it was the hunting, and because my family is big hunters, like that's how my parents ended up being together. Honestly, was because my dad was just his best friends with my grandpa, and my mom was the only one of my grandpa's children that would go hunting. So they'd go hunting together. And so I think it's a big
tradition.
Yeah. And I mean, there's stories, and that my dad will sit there and tell stories about or anything like that. There's like, I remember my dad and I, we went down to a tree for a bear, like a couple years after. And like, we're just sitting there walking and everything and taking our time kind of, because we think that the dog's got it trapped, so we set out on one way to go down, and then Donnie and everybody set out another way. And then all of a sudden we just hear over the radio, "Be ready, be ready. It got out of the tree. It's headed up your way." And I'm just sitting there my dad's like, "Ashlee, run." And I'm trying to run after him. And I had to wear David's pants that day, his camo pants, and they were falling off of me. I'm like, "Dad, my pants are coming down. I can't." Like, and he just sit there and laugh at me. But yeah, the bear did just run up past us, and my dad just tried to shoot after it. Donnie's running after it. So I guess, I mean, it's interesting to see.
Yeah.
But
yeah, those are cool stories to remember for sure. Didn't you get like a beer for your first deer or something?
It wasn't just a deer. It was just like a little tradition that my dad did do, that he'd say you have a beer when you kill an animal.
Mm-hmm.
But
got peach hair on your nugs.
But like, but for like the mountain lion and that, no, it was more of a like.
Did you eat the heart? Anything like that?
No, I'm the type of person that don't even gut the animals.
I thought they had something to do with like you take a bite out of the heart or something. too for like your first
well,
one.
they do. I mean, it's a tradition. I'm sure some people do that, but I ain't gonna do that. I don't freaking gut the animal, dude. Like, I don't skin it,
They gave you
nothing.
a pass on that one.
I just call Daddy Turd. It's a code Daddy Turd.
Yeah.
If an animal's down, he's gonna come and take care of that for me. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. The deer, we like when I first went hunting, we didn't do deer hunting in whitebird. So we just did mountain lion and bear. So we'd only go up for those seasons. And then we'd go to like Cougar Mountain
Mm-hmm.
up there and do our deer
Yeah.
and Atlanta and places like those zones. But
Yeah. Yeah, those are cool memories. I didn't really get to do the whole hunting scene until much later in my childhood, but I do remember like my first deer with my dad. I was like 16 or I don't know, 14, 15, 16, somewhere in there. Somewhere in those later years after I think it was 10th grade. I think it was 10th grade. So whatever year that is or however old you are, but yeah, those are some good memories too. I'm looking forward to when we could take our kids.
they kind of make me nervous just because I feel like that they should at least try it.
I feel like they
Um,
should understand at least like have an understanding of like life and death and like where and have like I'm not saying they don't respect meat, but like have a respect of like a life is given for our meat, you know?
Well, I agree with you too. And honestly, like if anything happens to grocery stores or anything, like, and we have to go back to that like way of life, um,
Yeah.
they need to know how, need to know
Yeah.
what to do.
Right.
And, but
It's more of a
it's also,
life skill.
yeah. And so I think it is important for them to learn, just like, no, even if they didn't want to go hunt, like they just didn't want to, the hunter's education is just as important.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I don't think that a lot of kids that aren't put into that even know anything about guns and the world, how it is with shooters and everything, and people carrying guns. Like, you have to have gun safety.
Yeah.
And if that's one way to learn,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't go into depth of it,
Right.
but it's still basic knowledge that
Yeah.
they teach you.
It's the safest thing you can do for your kids is teach them how to use a gun.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if they see a gun that's laying around, which it shouldn't be in the first place, but if it is, like if you have one out because you're going to go hunting, it's out, or you're going to go clean one or something, shouldn't be loaded, but all these things, you should always treat a gun like it's loaded. And at least if they treat it like it was loaded, they wouldn't get curious and just pull the trigger or something. And then all of a sudden, I just seen a video of someone, it was like a 911 call, and it was like the body cam footage, but this 2-year-old just shot his mom in the back with a gun, and she was pregnant. I'm not sure like the ending of it, but it was just on like a TikTok thing. But I was like,
That kind of thing
why is the
happens
gun
all
hanging
the
out
time.
in the spot where I'm not gonna be judgy, because who knows what happened, but yeah, like a 2-year-old, it's kind of hard to teach a 2-year-old gun safety, obviously, but I think it's once they can understand how to or what a gun is and everything, that's a good time to start teaching them. I know we're slacking on that. We need to get our kids out shooting at the range and stuff.
Yeah. But the other thing is too is hard to, like, from my point of view, is if they do say that they don't want to go hunting, that I would be okay with that too, just because I don't want to force them to do something and make them like something or make them do something that they are not comfortable with. Because our girls are sensitive.
I know.
And taking an animal or a life, and seeing that alive in 1 second and dead the next is very hard for certain people.
Yeah, I get the sensitivity part of it, but also like there's also a point in time where you need to teach them, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like what you said about having them respect life.
Yeah.
Just knowing like the beginning versus the end, and having the respect for that. Just like, the traditions that people do have, like, or I don't know exactly who, like people who do go hunting, they take every part of the animal, or
Yeah.
and use
Nothing
it.
goes to waste.
Nothing goes to waste, and stuff like that. And so I think that is important to explain versus.
I think a pre-education course, not besides just like hunter safety, but like just on the parents to explain to them what the importance is of hunting to their kids, and like these animals are going to die a more brutal death in the winter time or anything than a quick, clean harvest, right? And understanding like that, yeah, we're not going to have anything go to waste. And I think it was pretty cool that we did the bone broth this year with the deer bones. I've never done that before, but that was like one extra way that we could get some extra product out of the whole deer, right?
Yeah.
Definitely a new one for us, but our kids were kind of a part. They've always been a part of like the butchering process though, so that's cool. You know, like packaging the hamburger, pushing the hamburger through the grinder and stuff. So at least we're starting to introduce them even before the actual kill itself. But so yeah, middle school. Then you said Mr. Reeves' class. There was this one dude in your class that you ended up meeting. How was that? Do you remember like us in the class together? Like, I mean, obviously we were in the same class, but do you remember ever thinking about me, or like what you thought when I was in the class?
Dude, I can't even remember like yesterday, so I don't know.
All I remember about you is like that purple Cabela's hoodie. You always had like a
Yeah.
purple Cabela's hoodie, and you were like really quiet.
I think I had it up until like 3 or 4 years ago.
I think you had the transition lenses still back then, right?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you had like the transition lenses and your Cabela's hoodie, and you sat in the front of the class in the corner, and I was in the back of the class by the desk, by the teacher's desk area.
You have some great memory, man.
I'm a visual guy. Like I could think about like the layout of that room and the computers in the back room, and then you could walk around the corner to the shop where you made that Hulk car, that like the air compressed thing, right?
Yeah, I did a piece that was
like a block of wood with a triangle cut off, and that was
just
your
a little bit of triangles on the side too, because I was terrified of the tools.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh. And so I do remember like Mr. Reeves just like taking pity on me. He's like, I'll just help you out here, okay? I was like, okay.
I love that class. That's when we made like those Rube Goldberg machines, and like where you learned about all the 6 simple tools or whatever they're called, like the planes and the screws, and like where one thing led to the next. I think we had to like all make like our piece, and then it had to lead to like the other team's piece or something like that, right?
Yeah, that. And then I also remember like creating bridges.
Oh yeah.
Making sure
like out of
that
sticks
the bridge,
or something.
Yeah, well, first you had to like make sure it would actually work on the computer and all that, and then also traffic lights. I remember making sure that you had set it up where it's on timer. You learn all that through that. But
my dad got on a first name basis with all my teachers and the dean that year. I was in trouble a lot. I got in trouble with your friend. That's how. Was it your? Did I get in trouble with Kaylee that year?
I don't know.
No, was it someone else? Yeah, I got like some flirtatious charges on me for the first. Remember, that was my pimp days when I thought I was gonna be a pimp. I thought that was like the big old Cat Williams days and everything, and I was just obsessed watching all that pimp stuff. And that was back when we had MySpace, because I remember you and I were MySpace friends at one point.
Oh yeah.
You remember? Yeah.
MySpace.
Yeah. And I had like the pimp cup on my MySpace, and like the background, how you could change it, you could put like the music.
Yeah.
MySpace was sweet.
It was.
Probably one of the best social media things. I don't think kids are way too soft nowadays. They'd be like, the top 8 would just wreck people.
Or yeah, oh yeah, that, and then like updating your status.
Yeah.
It's like Twitter. Well, I guess like it was more of your feelings. That's the thing. It was like as everybody sitting there just throwing out there how they're feeling that day. Like, I hate my mom.
That was a wild time. Everybody was just giving their computers viruses from LimeWire. You're like making CDs and stuff. You're giving your mom Trojan horses on her laptop, but it's worth it. I remember just you had a bunch of CDs you would make.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you were using LimeWire or not, but
I was. I was, but it was on my own computer.
Yeah.
I got lucky for Christmas one year and got my own computer, and yeah, and then everybody would ask me to make them CDs and stuff, and then I figured out, or iPods came out. You figured out how to just keep that free music and put it on iPod.
Yeah. Oh yeah. iPods were the best. I was telling someone the other day, like my workouts would go so much better if I just had an iPod. Just music, no internet connection, nobody could text me, nothing, just like go to the gym. Like they would kill too if they came back out with just an iPod that was like it was Bluetooth, but it was Bluetooth instead of like the wired.
Wasn't the touchscreen ones Bluetooth? I never had one of those ones, but
the iPod Touches.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I got one of those. I don't know. I don't think Bluetooth headphones were like a thing. Bluetooth earpieces were more of a thing then. Like people would just use it for talking instead of like listening to music. I don't feel like they were really out then yet. The Skull Candy headphones were kind of a big thing back then, but I don't think the Bluetooth had quite made it. But
I think they still make them. They're just pretty rare.
oh.
You have to search the internet pretty good for them. Maybe they're older.
Oh, I know you can still buy them like on eBay, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, 8th grade was wild. And then 9th grade, well, it's funny because in 8th grade, I dated your friend for a week, like a typical middle school dating. It was like 1 week.
Middle school, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. When I didn't really talk to you.
Yeah, we never talked at all.
No. Well, I remember that. I remember that Kaylee did, or like you were following Kaylee around or something one day, and Kaylee's like, "Oh yeah, that's Matt." I said, "Hi." That was it.
Yeah. And then 9th grade, we ended up dating one time.
One time.
For like a week. I think, I don't know. How did I ask you out? Do you remember? Did I just probably like a note or a text?
I don't remember.
I probably didn't have the balls to do it in person, so.
I don't remember. I do remember, though, that was the time that, like, you left and you went to Utah or something. Maybe Utah. And then you came back, and it was my birthday, and you're like, "Here, I got this for you." And you just threw, like, a bracelet that you got at the gas station or whatever at me. I was like, "Thanks."
Yep. Pretty classy. You still have that, so.
I do still have it, but I'm also kind of a hoarder.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that lasted shortly for like a week, and then I had Juan Rubio break up with you on the bus.
Yeah, that was just so weird. Just yelled it out the bus, and like I don't know who it was. I think maybe it was Kaylin or Kaylee. They're like, "All right, peace, bye." She said, "Okay, have a good day." Like,
I don't even know. That was such a wild time in my life. I do remember in 9th grade, that's when I was going through a lot of stuff at home. And I remember just like one night after, I think I went to Bogus, and then I had your phone number, and we ended up just talking on the phone until like 2, 3 in the morning.
oh yeah. Yeah.
I think you might have been drunk.
I totally was.
But it was like very memorable still. It was a dark moment, dark times in my life, so it was nice to have someone to talk to. I remember my dad got mad at you a lot because that was back when texting wasn't free.
Oh,
you had like limited texts.
Yeah.
And I think I was on T-Mobile and you were on Verizon, so we didn't even have like free calling minutes or anything, like text or
that's
anything. Free. Because minutes weren't unlimited either.
It was only to each other or something like that.
Yeah.
Verizon to Verizon.
I think I had, eventually, we had to put you a part of my Fave 5 for T-Mobile. So that I didn't get charged for you. But I remember he got really mad because one time the bill came in and it was like hundreds of dollars more because of all the text charges, like 10 cents a piece or something.
Oh. Well, I didn't know, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, Terry.
That's when you had that chocolate phone, right? I think you were like...
No, I don't think I ever had a chocolate phone.
I thought you had like the LG chocolate.
Mm-mm. I had flip phone. And then I had kind of like a chocolate, but it was like a push-up. Kind of like a sidekick or whatever I would say it was.
Kids don't even know about T9 texting.
Oh yeah,
I was
kids
proud of our kids. Yeah,
Our kids
we
do.
made our kids get a flip phone for their first phone and share it, and
Yeah.
then had to learn how to T9 text on a brick.
But they definitely did not learn about their parents being mad because they sent too many text messages.
Yeah.
I do remember like before it was unlimited, I used to get in trouble because I'd send so many text messages, and then my parents were just so in awe of me, just sitting there texting so fast, and I'm like, you gotta push these buttons a lot to get the words, Mom.
Yeah.
Like, but they're like, no, you're sending out hundreds of text messages a day. She's like, what are you talking to? Who are you talking to? And it was just the girls next door.
Yeah. Could you text without looking at your phone?
Yes. And you had to. You had to. You can't. That's how you don't get caught at school.
Yeah.
But yeah. A lot of practice.
Right. Remember like running your headphones up to your hoodie so you could listen to your headphones and everything?
I didn't do that. I wasn't allowed to buy like music and stuff on the phones because back then you had to buy the songs.
Oh, I was just talking about like on your iPod.
Oh, on the iPod, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, isn't it wild to think about you had to buy all the ringtones and stuff?
Yeah, a ring-back tones.
Yeah, I remember your mom had like a ringtone for everybody. Like everybody was separate.
She would totally do that today.
Yeah. And you think about like that every one of those cost like $1.99 or $2.99 or something. And then ringback tones, I think we got like $6.99 a month or something.
Well, the good thing about it is like once you bought it, you had it. So it kind of just transferred over. But
I remember one time I ran up a huge bill on my dad's thing because I was buying a bunch of ringback tones and tone and whatever. I don't know. I don't think it clicked to me that I was actually buying them or that it was gonna happen. So then he came in. That was like hundreds of dollars more.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you don't think about that kind of stuff even as a kid, or even like right now. Now it's easier for kids to buy stuff.
Yeah.
Kids go on your phone, go on Amazon, order things, or like that one kid that you were telling me about. Like, he bought a plane ticket, he bought an Uber, like he was on his way out.
Oh yeah,
Japan.
the autistic kid trying to get to Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like things like that. Like it's way more now that parents have to kind of worry about.
Yeah, especially remember when our kids would be buying stuff on the tablets, like the episodes. Remember when Wyatt would be buying like Sesame Street episodes?
You had to put locks and stuff. Not even just on the tablet, on the
TV.
TV.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your dad should be thankful for it. It was
right.
just a little bit.
$1.99.
Yeah.
Now we're buying $20 episodes on HBO for Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Just for one episode.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I guess you say I stalked you. I say I was just studying to see if this was gonna be a good life choice. So yes, I did know where your classes were and how we could intersect in between classes so I could talk to you for a little bit. That sounds creepy when you say it. When I say it, it sounds pretty romantic.
Okay. Well, what about the fact that your dad knew where I lived?
I didn't know where you lived. I just knew you lived, which exit you lived.
Oh.
I just knew that you lived on that exit. I never knew where you lived, though. But when we would drive by, I'd say, hey, I know a girl lives over there. Just like I tell you every time we drive by somewhere, and you're like, yeah, you've told me this. It was probably the same thing with my dad.
Oh. I guess.
I am really bad at that. Telling you, like, geographical locations when we drive by something.
Yeah. I was born there. Yes, I know. We had our kid there. I was there.
Yeah. Were you? Yeah, and then I went to Utah after 9th grade. I'm sure you were just heartstruck that I wasn't there at Columbia anymore, but sorry. Actually, I went over to Meridian for a little bit, and then I went to Utah. I don't think we talked for that whole year, really, did we? Did we really talk in 10th grade at all?
Nah.
That's probably your wild days before you settle down with someone good, but
I guess. My days where they kind of blur together.
Yeah, what was your high school days like, you wild child?
I'm a wild child. I just went to school, man. Just, with a nice water bottle in the morning.
Yeah. It was still a clear liquid. with orange
No, no,
juice,
yeah, with orange juice. It was orange juice. Start the morning strong,
getting drunk on the school bus with a screwdriver.
and not always drunk, just a little buzz to get me going through the day. I'd sit through Spanish and English. That was my morning classes. English and Spanish, just sitting there.
When did you start drinking? Like good party drinking, like where obviously it became some part of your routine if you're going to school in the morning. It wasn't
Uh,
just like a social thing on the weekends at that point.
it was weekends. Weekends were pretty good. It was just if I had anything left over, I got a bonus. It was a bonus day, and it's not like I went crazy or anything. Like, I still did my schoolwork. I still did what I needed to do. I was a functioning alcoholic.
Yeah.
I I mean, like you said, it was before I could drive.
Yeah.
Because I would just hop on the bus, and the bus driver, she was the sweetest lady ever. She's totally my friend. I'd sit there and talk to her and everything, and she'd know that she's like, "You got a special bottle today, don't you?" Like, she literally has told me that. And then I was like, "Yeah, so nice." And then the thing is, she would know I would drink it. I'd chug it on the way to school. And I just tossed that water bottle in her trash can.
Oh, it's just like a water bottle, like a plastic water bottle.
Yeah, just a plastic water bottle. Just yeah. But my parents probably kill me when they see this, but whatever.
Yeah. Did you think you had a problem, or was it just kind of like your social group that you were in was just kind of like the norm?
Social group for sure. Like, the it was like hanging out with just kids in the weekend, just drinking, because it wasn't just like our parents and her parents like were friends, and so it was like, yeah, sure, they can have it as long as they're home safe, we know where they're at, kind of thing. Or and then
Their parents' kind of idea about it was, we know you're going to drink, so at least drink here, and we know you're going to be safe.
yeah, because once you go to high school, like it changes people. Like, people change, or people do get into stuff like that. Like, I know, like, smoking weed. Like, there were kids that were younger than me, like, already smoking weed in the neighborhood, and all that, and drinking. And it's not, I guess that, like, you think of it like now as an adult, like, you're like, we would always say, like, we're always going to say we're not going to provide that for our kids. But I think that what makes us different, like, well, you sit there and you think about how they think about it. It's like, oh, I'm keeping my kids safe by allowing it just in this house. And at least they're not going out to some stranger's house where there is a big giant party where they're going to get in trouble, get hurt, anything like that. But I feel like since we did live in that kind of area or era of time, we kind of came to the conclusion of, like, we won't provide that, but we're going to explain to the kids safety and the reason why. Like, it's a lot of parents, I mean, not even just with alcohol or drugs, it's they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
It's everybody's first rodeo. Like, they're just kind of going with what they were either taught or what they think is right. And so you can't sit there and blame people.
Yeah.
For things. And so, but yeah, we were just part of a time where, at least I was, I know yours is different, but yeah, my parents would just be like, well, it's safe here or whatever. And then, so we would have drinks, and it wouldn't be anything crazy, but it did get to the point where I wouldn't drink as much on the weekends because I would save it for the weekdays. Kind of spread it out.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sitting there trying to get blackout drunk or or anything like that. It was just got to the point where I feel better when I do have it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just I guess it was just the time in my life that what I was going through kind of just eased it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, middle school, high school, lot happens. And so that was how I found comfort.
Yeah. How do you think it would have changed if you grew up more in the church and stuff? I know you went a little bit as a kid with that neighbor, but...
Well, the thing is like, so my parents never pushed religion. They didn't push religion either way. Like, they weren't against it. They weren't for it. It was, you want to do what you want to do, that's fine. Like, but they're not the type. They are the type that believe in God. But they also are the type that believe that you don't need to go to church. You don't need, I guess not say practice it. I don't know. I don't know what in their mind it would be to practice faith.
Mm-hmm.
But they would be one where you hear all the time, like the typical kind of dad that says, I'd rather be fishing thinking about God than sitting in church
Thinking
about fishing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I honestly don't know how it would be.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't imagine it different, really, because there
Things
are
happen
kids
for a reason.
there are kids who grow up in a church setting, but they rebel so hard because of it.
Yeah. Because it's all pushed on them, so they just want to rebel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen that before in every religion. Especially, you hear that a lot with, like, pastors' kids for Christianity, or in Mormon, it would be, like, the bishop's kids or the bishop's daughter, like those kind of stereotypes. And it's probably just because that is such a part of their life that maybe they just never had much choice in it. I think there's a lot more. That's what I like about our church, and just the message they preach is more of a building a relationship than a religion, you know?
Yeah, like real stinking people. Like, it's just, and I think that's what resonates with people is with our church is just the fact that they are accepting. Like, you sit there and you hear people or churches all the time say, come in, you're fine how you are, and you might go there, but you feel so out of place because you're not dressed up, or like you're not knowing how they do things. And like at church, our church, you literally walk in with jeans, hat, whatever, and then you see the person next to you the same way, even though they've probably been there since the beginning. Like,
Yeah.
it does make it more of a, I don't know, relatable place.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't do much church stuff after a certain part. I mean, I grew up in, like, the Mormon church kind of, but it wasn't like a every Sunday type thing. It was like sometimes my dad would be good at it for a stint for a while, and then we might miss 1 week, it turned into 2 or something, and then you fall off for a little bit. Or the Mormon church was different too, because like every year your stake, because there's so many churches, or so many Mormon people in one area that they would have like multiple services depending on like your neighborhood, but your time might change. So if like, if it was early morning, or whatever the changes might be, it just might not be convenient anymore. So I think it just kind of depended on that too. Plus we had a lot of stuff going on at home that just made it probably not a real Christ-centered house. Or didn't make us want to go to church.
When you say Christ-centered, like, it was Mormon, so is that still Christ? Like, I don't know anything about the Mormon thing. So
yeah, I still believe in Jesus Christ. I think it's just when you get into the differences between like the origins of Jesus, between like Christianity and Mormonism, is a different, or Latter-day Saints, whatever they want to be called now. Um, they still Jesus Christ. It's just the Mormons believe that like there's a heavenly mother and a heavenly father, and then they had the baby, and then that spirit baby was Jesus Christ, and came down and was birthed through whatever.
But Jesus Christ.
I honestly don't know like all the details of it, so I don't want to butcher this. So I'm sure somebody will tell me. But and then you know the story of Jesus Christ for Christianity. So, but yeah, so we didn't really go all the time. I think more of the times that we would go was because my dad was looking forward to like the traditions afterwards of like always just going out to eat with our neighbors and stuff. It was more like
a reward, or like you got a reward for going.
Yeah, it was kind of like how we take our kids to donuts and stuff. Like he was just looking to going out that part, but we didn't really do like Bible studies or anything like that. So, like people ask me what it's like to be growing up Mormon, and I just can't tell them really much besides like we would go to church and I go to Sunday school, and then you have sacrament, and then usually we dip out after you take your sacrament and not listen to the rest of the speech or whatever their sermon. I don't know what they would call it, but their talks. But like I can't tell you everything about the Book of Mormon or anything like that. I don't know. I'm not the best for the scholar on that, so I guess it could be a blessing because then I didn't have to unlearn stuff. But also it sucks because then when people want to talk about it, I'm like, okay, I don't know. Like I can't argue with you. Like it's the same way that I can't talk to a Catholic and try and like determine the differences between, because they both believe in Jesus Christ too, but I don't know exactly what they believe. So one of these days I should have a podcast. I want to have a podcast with like a Mormon, a Christian, a like Jew, like
just a religious.
Yeah, just like hear everybody's. And I'm not saying, and I'm not gonna be like the judge, be like, no, you're right, no, you're wrong. I just want to like, I really just want to get knowledged or whatever, like understand what's everybody's understanding. I don't know. I had like one dude that was Catholic on here, and then I said something about the 99 for the one, and he said, "Well, we have a different perspective on that." And I was like, "Oh, I thought that was just like I thought Catholic went out of the same Bible or something, but I don't know." So I'm really interested to see, because I think Jewish, like they only do like the first 5 books of the Bible, and that's it.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think. So yeah, that's why I'm like I'll put a asterisk by whatever I say with religion, because I'm no scholar. All I can say about religion is what God's done for my life, and that's it.
Just your testimony.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, and then I think in what was it, 10th grade summer is when we started talking again. I think I came up here to visit my dad or something.
Is that when we went to Warped Tour?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we went to Warped Tour, and I remember how that all came down. I don't know. I imagine that you already had tickets, and I ended up.
Yeah, I had tickets. I had to earn money for those tickets.
Yeah, because that was not my scene.
Oh yeah, no, I think it was my second or third year going.
I knew 303. That was it.
Yeah, I went. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the whole point of Warped Tour also was learning new bands and stuff. Like, and it was just a big concert, like for everybody. So it was not like
it was a cool vibe.
Yeah, and I remember because the year before, just Kaylee and I went, and then we liked it, and so then the year we had tickets, Kaylee and I had tickets again, and then Serena came down, and she went that year with her boyfriend at the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, so.
She thought I was gay.
Because you were wearing a purple shirt.
It was a purple Vans shirt that I bought there.
To each its own.
Yeah. Proved her wrong.
Proved her wrong. We got 4 kids.
Yeah. Or I'm just a really good actor.
Oh, yeah. No.
Then that was fun. I think my dad came and brought us lunch, or was it your mom? Someone brought us lunch over the fence. Like we went down and got over the fence food delivered. I think it was my dad. I think he brought us like some McDonald's or something.
Maybe, I don't remember that.
And then we went to 303, and I remember that. What was that? There was a song called Ashlee that we watched or something. It was one of your bands that you liked.
Yeah.
but they sang Ashlee, and that was just like that was the only thing I can remember besides the 303 that day.
Jeez, I have a really good memories in your head.
Yeah.
I'd say. Yeah, no, I don't remember a lot of. I remember going through, making sure to go watch the schedule for the certain bands to run over to it and all that.
Mm.
But yeah,
Wasn't it the day before that I'd met your mom for the first time?
maybe. Yeah, well, because I remember that we went to, maybe we started at my house. Maybe we were at my house and then we went to Kaylee's house because it wasn't too far away.
Yeah.
And then, because then that's when you decided that you were gonna go. Or like, I'm gonna ask my dad.
Yeah.
And then a Warped Tour was the next day.
Well, I remember the very first time that I met your mom. I didn't know I was meeting your mom. I brought Step Brothers over. We were gonna watch Step Brothers. I had the DVD, and your mom watches it with us. And then you see the part where he's just rubbing his nutsack on the drums, and this is the first time I'm meeting your mom, and she's just sitting over here, and Will Ferrell's just rubbing his big old giant nutsack on the drums, and I'm like, "Hi, Lana." I remember asking you, I was like, "What'd your mom think of me?" And you said, "Oh, she said you're different." I was like, "What does that mean?"
I don't know. Even to this day, she says you're different. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It was wild.
I don't know. Like everybody would come to the house and stuff, and so it would be like Booger would bring all these random kids over, and so it was kids at the house or whatever. And I mean, me drinking and stuff and going to school, and all the neighborhood kids knew.
Mm-hmm.
And where'd you get that? Well,
You're like the party house.
yeah. Well, not so much. Like we weren't like definitely not advertising. Like it was,
Mm-hmm.
at least for me, like the most people, most amount of people that would be at the house would be like four or five, if that. And it was just like the people that my mom knew really well. Like,
Yeah.
and so it wasn't too crazy or anything, but
Yeah. And then after that summer, I went back down to Utah to live because I was living with my mom.
oh
And
yeah.
then I don't remember. We were just talking a lot in between. Like as soon as I went back down to Utah, right? We were just texting and stuff. It wasn't like anything crazy or.
No, I remember I had to call you all the time just to wake you up.
I think it was after we started dating, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was after we started dating.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I was like, because you kept getting in trouble for not waking up or something. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I would miss the bus and my mom would have to take me or something.
Yeah.
Because the bus would come like right outside of our door and I'd wake up when the bus was getting there. I was like, oh, dang it. I was not doing too good in school either. Like I was never really good at school. I was just kind of like there. I passed, but didn't really. Actually, the first year I went down to Utah, I did fail because of just how it worked. Because I went down half of the year, and Utah went by quarters, and Idaho went by semesters. So that's why my senior year I had to do 2 English classes because I had failed that one. So I was in like 10th grade English and senior English at the same time for one semester. But
I don't know. I was lucky. I only went to 3 schools. I went to elementary school. Well, I mean, I guess 4 technically, because in Colorado I did start like kindergarten before we moved officially here. But I was like 2 weeks. And then here I went just 1 elementary school, 1 middle school, 1 high school.
yeah, I went to kindergarten one place. I went to elementary, 1st through 6th one place, 7th grade one place, 8th grade one place, 9th grade, 10th one place. I think like was that 7 or 8 different schools.
I didn't count.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different schools total in 12 years or 13 years, including kindergarten. Yeah, bounced around a little bit. Yeah, and then we were talking a little bit more, and then I remember it was like football games or something. We were just talking about a lot, which was weird that we were.
Like super or like the.
It was like in the playoffs, and then
Yeah.
we were betting each other.
Yeah, just bets.
Yeah, and then I don't remember what we were betting. It was probably just dirty pictures or something. Just kidding. I don't
Who knows? No, I'm just kidding. I can't remember.
Typical teenager stuff.
Yeah, you say that and you talk about our past, and it makes me so terrified.
Yeah.
Those days are coming.
Right around the corner. Yeah, and we didn't have any of the stuff that the kids have nowadays, like apps, like those apps and stuff.
Well, honestly, the good thing about it is the parental control. As long as you set it up and you pay attention.
To an extent.
Yeah.
As long as, even I remember when I was a kid, there was parental controls, but I knew about proxies and how to use proxies, so you can go around those and stuff. So I mean, if there's a will, there's a way.
I don't know. I feel like that's when our faith and religion come into play. As long as we do, teach children.
You give them a good set of morals, have their own conviction that we don't have to be convicting.
Yeah. I think that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Maybe like if you sit there and you think about like your past, or like if you did grow up in a church, that might be the only difference. Or maybe even getting to the point of giving your life to Christ sooner than later.
Yeah.
I think that would have been just the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because you do look at our children, and I mean all of them, like they all have somewhat of an idea of Jesus, or feel connected somehow, just because we've been in the church setting, and
yeah,
and then we have little Halen that's like full on the one who reminds us,
just on fire.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your thing, but then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I mean, if you do think about it that way, and you look at how our kids are versus us, that would show you the biggest thing. Because both of our girls, like, I was 33 when I came to, like, when I surrendered my life. And so were you, right? Or
are you talking about when you got baptized?
Yeah, when you officially.
Technically, you were 32, but who's counting? It was last August.
I'm gonna be 34 this year, hon.
Yeah, so you turned 33 in September, and you got baptized in August. So you would have been 32. The next month, you would turn 33. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm right, but it's fine.
But yeah, and then they're 10 and 11. Because Halen did it last year.
Well, I think that's the point of life, is that like we're supposed to do better than our parents, and our kids are supposed to do better than us, and then hopefully that progression keeps going. And if that progression keeps going, then our kids' kids will just be raised in the church.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm just like, is going back to that question and thinking about it. Then I think you have to take a comparison.
Yeah.
And see, because even the two little ones, they don't know. They haven't been baptized yet. Like, they don't express, but then in their ways they do express. They do make sure to say thank you to the Lord, and that remember their memory verses for Wyatt, and just, so
that's really cool. It's been awesome to see progression in all the kids in their own time, their own speed.
Well, they're all different personalities, different people, and so that
was my biggest thing. Like, it took me 20 years to come to Christ, so I'm not gonna push it on my kids. Like, I don't want to like shy away from it, but I don't want to force it on them, because just like any of my clients on a diet or anything, if you force something on them or restrict them from it, they're only gonna want that more. And if you're forcing it on someone, they're only gonna want that less. So, like, I think the worst thing you can do is force feed Christ down your kids' throat, rather than be the example and have them come to that conclusion on their own, like we had to with Renell.
Or have them come to you for questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the biggest things for Renell specifically, is the fact that she did have questions. She was the one who wanted to go to church. She was a little confused because she wanted to go to a Mormon church, because that's what her friends were. But and so when we did start going to church and she had questions, and I was completely honest with her. I told her, hey, I'm on this journey too. Like, I've always believed in God my whole life and Jesus, but I never knew what it actually meant. And what you're, I guess not supposed to do, but how to build that relationship. And so I think that kind of helped her realize she's not alone. Like,
yeah, very true. I think the surroundings too, like make sure they're around the right people, you know, not around like troublemakers, or that they are like that. Our kids program's pretty sweet for Rock Harbor, and then the camps and stuff that gets them going. And but even before they went to any of the camps, they were still on their own journey. So,
well, and I think it's always good, especially for the parents too, to have that reminder, like that the pastors do tell you, to kind of remind you that you are the one that they should come to, or you're the one that should set that example, take them down the journey or the road. And when it comes to their friends, they can be mad at you if you think and you feel that there's a kid that's not good for them to be around, and you tell them no, I can't hang out with them, then they're just going to be mad for a second.
Yeah.
Until they do find that other person that they're grateful for.
Yeah, that's very true. The environment is huge. It's one thing I've definitely learned over the last few years. And then we started dating in January.
Yeah, January 10th of 2010.
It was a Dallas Cowboys football game we were betting on for some reason.
Dude, I don't remember that, but all right.
I remember it was Dallas Cowboys. I don't remember who they played, but...
You know, I actually think that it was the fact that what we bet on, it was what song. You remember, like, you start dating somebody and you're like, oh, the song is going to be our song or whatever. I think it was the fact that, like, whoever won that bet or, like, the game or whatever got to pick the song. And it was you. You got to pick it. And then that's how we did the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like...
That song stuck.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at picking everything, honestly, if we're going to be real. I picked pretty much everything that we have.
Everything that we have. You didn't pick this house, man. We
only looked at one house. We didn't look at a bunch of houses this last go around. So
we didn't.
We looked at one house and bought it.
I was pretty set on it just because it was a new build, you know. But yeah.
I picked our last house because it was next to my buddy.
Yeah, and then they moved.
Yeah. I picked all of our kids' names.
Yeah. That's true.
But you agreed.
I agreed.
You had to agree.
Yes,
yeah.
I had to agree.
You had to agree, I guess. Yeah, that was...
because you weren't filling out the paperwork. I was.
That's on everything, even doctor's appointments. Even my doctor's appointments, you fill out my paperwork.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you said you picked, like, everything, even the doctor's appointments. I was like, what are you
No, even my doctor's appointments, you fill out my paperwork.
But no, it's true, though. Like, you did pick at least Skyla's birthday. It was around you, what you wanted.
You picked it. You
said, hey, I want to go golfing. So could you just do me a solid? Like, and so I was like, okay, well, there's, like, these 2 days or whatever. I was like,
I tell everybody the opposite way. Then I thought that it went around like you volunteered so that I could go golfing. And I was like, that's a true G right there.
Well, because I think that the dates that were available was like, well, she was born Monday, right? Monday. It was a Monday or a Friday, and then your golf thing was
on the Friday.
On Friday, and so I was like, sure, I guess Monday will be fine. Yeah. Like,
pop out that kid on a Monday, and I'm playing 18 on that Friday.
But I also was, it was the anticipation of wanting to see what the gender was, and I was like, sooner the better, man.
Yeah. Yep. That was wild. Yeah. It was cool though once we started dating. Long distance. I lived in Utah. You lived up here. So I think the first time we actually got to see each other after we started dating it was Super Bowl. I came up for the weekend. And then you were hammered drunk when I came over to your house. That was the pink lemonade and vodka. That was that.
That was not Super Bowl
That was Super Bowl weekend. Yeah. So my dad flew me up from Utah. It was like back when Southwest had like $49 flights, and he flew me up here, and then we went to Costco and did the whole sample rounds thing, and then I came and hung out with you for a few hours, and he came back and picked me up like
Well, you and Jacob,
later
right?
on that night. I don't, was Jacob there with me?
I think so.
On
I
that
think that
time?
was the first time I met Jacob.
Oh, I don't remember. That was the first time we kissed. I could still smell the vodka on your breath.
And man, vodka and lemonade, you reminded me of it. It was delicious. Just vodka, a little bit of water, and then the crystal lemonade packets, man. Yeah. Sorry, my alcoholic in me is coming out.
Yeah. It's okay. We have to have the dark days to have some good ones. Just kidding. Yeah, that was the first time. That was the Super Bowl weekend for sure. That was in February, so that was about a month later after we started dating, and then I don't know. Maybe I seen you during spring break. I'm not sure if I came up during spring break or not.
You're asking me. I can't remember anything.
But yeah, and then that's when you started waking me up. I think it was after we were dating, and you would call me in the morning, wake me up, and yeah, I had to break my mom's heart because I was starting to really like you, and then wanted to be closer to you, and decided to go live back with my dad so I could come back to Idaho, and crushed her heart, but she was okay with it and understood. So
Yeah, because your mom's a sweet lady.
Yeah, she went through the whole custody battle to get me down there, and then got down there, and then I was down there for like a year and a half, and then you ruined her plans, but she's not holding a grudge, I guess. So
I
just
gave
took her boy, no big deal.
I gave her 4 grandkids. She's good.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I got the crazy idea that I had a chance with some college girl or something. I thought that I was like hot shit or something, and then I broke up with you. And then you sent me like a 4-page letter.
I have no idea.
I still have the letter.
Okay, I'm not saying you don't.
Oh.
I'm just saying I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, for some reason I thought that I was going to go date a college girl, and I broke up with you. And then you were, I was still moving to Idaho. I already told my mom I was moving to Idaho or whatever, but then I remember you knew that I hated when people said like dear Matt or something.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how you started out the letter.
Oh yeah.
I think you used my government name too. I think you said Dear Matthew.
Yeah, I'm a little petty. I won't say that. Like, gosh.
I know
it's like gonna poke you, and I'm pissed off. I'm gonna do it. Like,
yeah. It was like it was a 4-page handwritten letter.
Hey, I was big in writing letters back then.
I know, that was, bring it back. You never write me notes anymore. Anyway.
I don't see those sweet text messages that you used to give me all the time, or good morning. Bring those back. We'll see.
A lot of fingers getting pointed. Anyway.
You just pointed them at me. Shots fired.
Yeah. You wrote me a long one. And then, I don't know. I think we broke up for like a week and we got back together. Something.
Good possibility. Obviously, because we're still together.
Yeah. Then we came back up to Idaho, and then that was a fun summer hanging out, and then it was just, I wasn't even drinking then. I wasn't a drinker.
No, that's the thing. Like, I was a heavy drinker. I liked a good drink.
I wouldn't say I was a Mormon, but I still had those Mormon qualities in me.
Well, no, your biggest thing, I remember all the time when you said, anybody would say, hey, you want to have a drink or whatever? You can have fun without alcohol. like that's literally what your like go-to saying would be for the whole summer. You could have fun without alcohol. You don't need it. And I'm like completely opposite. I'm like, I do need it. Like it did get to that point where I was like, I needed it. Like, not just for my confidence, pretty much. Like,
yeah.
So.
Yeah. Was that the first year that we started going on dances and stuff? Yeah, we went to both homecomings, right? Or no,
First we went to, it wasn't Sweethearts before.
Oh, yeah.
Because we went to Sweethearts, and then we went to one homecoming.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't go to yours. You were supposed to come pick me up, and then
Yeah.
I canceled
And
on you.
I met you and everything. I was so pissed.
Yeah, because I was up in Payette cutting wood or something.
Yeah. And I met you in
Fruitland. I think you went to Fruitland, and I didn't go.
I drove there, and you didn't even text me or anything, and my parents had given me extra money for gas, and then you hadn't showed up, and so my mom thought I lied. My mom was pissed. She's like, you didn't even go. And I was like, no, I didn't go, because Matt didn't meet me. He canceled on me, but I didn't know, and she was just so mad at me because she wasn't home. Like most of my teenage years, she was gone visiting my dad.
Yeah.
And then I was so pissed and upset at my friends at the time. And then I remember them being like, it's all right. Screw them. They did not like you. They probably don't like you to this day. But that was a big old thing for them. And then I remember them trying to cheer me up. So we had alcohol. We went up to Table Rock. Back then when they even had the benches.
Mm-hmm.
They tore down the concrete benches now, but all the tagged ones and everything, and we just hung out there for the night. But yeah, I was so pissed that day.
Yeah. Sorry. I wasn't the best. Which is wild though, because your mom let me go hunting with you guys when we were in high school. Remember that's when we went to Whitebird. I think we went to Grangeville and all that.
Oh yeah, I mean, hunting is a big thing for my family, so they're not gonna say no.
Yeah, but brought your boyfriend while you're still in high school was I thought it was surprising. I was even more surprised when my dad said yes.
Well, the thing is,
but my dad was also a hunter, and he had seen your guys' hunting collection. He's like, yeah, you should go.
Yeah. Well, it's not, my parents are the type of people that they're not gonna sit there and let us sleep together or anything. They were the ones where you slept in a separate room, and I slept with a whole bunch of kids.
Yeah,
yeah, and so
that was funny. I remember the first time I met your dad, and it was just always awkward, meeting the dad for the first time, and then he's like, "Sit down, Ashlee, go make him a plate," and I was like, "What?
Oh yeah,
what?"
Yeah, I mean, to this day, my mom's the one who makes my dad a plate.
Yeah.
It's very, I probably can count on my hand, just on one hand, how many times I've actually seen my dad get his own plate.
Yeah.
And it's mainly when my mom's not around or not available to do it. But yeah, that's how he was. And he still is. Just sit down, come talk to me. You go. I remember that because we were in the garage. I think it was a holiday. Was it 4th of July or something? Memorial Day, or we had a barbecue, so it was
yeah, I think it was right.
Yeah. And you were so shocked or whatever, and I'm back in the day, I'm screw that, he has freaking legs, Dad. And he'd just be just do it. I was okay, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, there are still times that I still get your plate, so
yeah,
I guess it's just instilled.
Yeah. Now it's not as much though. Maybe it's because of the weighing out food and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Your meal prep.
Let me weigh it out.
Let me figure it out myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I was still back in I was eating whatever I wanted 2 days. We were just eating a bunch of fried chips. We'd make our own chips in your fryer.
Oh yeah, in the oil fryer.
Yeah. Back when we would go to the pool and make out, and people would be like, "I know what you guys are doing over there." Disgusting little teenagers.
The community pool. Stop saying stuff like that. Your kids are gonna see this and they're gonna be hold stuff against us, man.
Whatever. Our kids are already asking questions about the Bible, so
adultery.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have to do the talk before anything else, just because our kids are reading the Bible.
Honestly, though, I feel like it's not. I feel like we're late. We're late to that because, if you think about it, the kids that have grown up in a Bible study, Bible setting thing where they do come together, study the Bible, unless they're the type of parents that are like, okay, we're going to avoid this whole section.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it was like us, where we did begin to sit there and read the Bible together with our oldest, and we started at the beginning, and we're like, this is not where we should have started, but we're here now.
Yeah.
But there are kids that are probably already understand that, because I think it's the way that it's viewed. Because in the world, like what we grew up in, things like adultery, sex, anything like growing up wise was always something that was not talked about. It was just, you figure it out on your own. And so I think it comes to us where it's, these questions were thrown off because we have came to agreement that we're not going to shy away.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to let the internet influence them. We're not going to let them figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
And so it is, honestly, I feel like maybe we are a little behind, just because I want them to know that the things that are in the Bible are not bad things. They're things that happen in life, and it's a giant lesson. And so if you have questions of the Bible or what's going on, it's better to speak to an adult than to take it on your own. And because things get twisted on the internet all the time.
I think that's one thing we've been pretty good about with our kids, though, is being honest with them, even if other people don't agree with us. Like when we told them about Santa Claus,
people
thought that we were too young, or that they were too young to tell them, and we were ruining their childhood. And
well, and the thing is, it's not like one day we just decided, hey, we're going to sit down and tell them. They were asking questions. They were getting to that
we had
age.
lied to them for like a couple years of them already asking.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, I think that was right after, too, we went to that parent conference.
We told them like close to Easter, so it wasn't.
It wasn't. Did we go to the?
That was in like November that we went to the parent conference, but then like it was around Easter time, and I think we were just talking more about like what the kids. That was also when we were going to church. We started going to church like 6 months prior or something, and so it was just kind of on our heart too about like them understanding what Easter was about, so I think we asked them like, you know what Easter is about. It was after church, and we were asking them, and they're like telling us the whole commercial side of it about like they didn't really understand the whole thing. So we were trying to tell them that no, the Easter Bunny is just like like symbolism and stuff, but it's all about Jesus and his resurrection, and then I think one of them just said, "So is the Easter Bunny not real?" And then I just looked at you and I was like, "Nope, he's not." Like that's just I don't know how he explained it, but I said that, and then
no, you were just blunt, man. You just said no.
Oh, okay.
They said, well, at first they said, "Is Santa real?" And you said no. And then they said, "Does that mean?"
I think we tried to explain to them that like the idea of there was a Saint Nicholas. We did go that far at least. I think I was blunt on the Easter part, and then we went Saint Nick. But the part that really got them was the elf.
No, it wasn't that. It was Halen was shocked. Like you said, no, they knew Santa wasn't real. And let's be honest, they knew for a minute. The fact that you sat there and they said, they asked, "Is Santa real?" And you said, "No, we're not gonna lie to you. He's not real." And then Halen goes, "Does that mean that the Easter Bunny's not real?"
Oh,
and you said,
yeah.
If Santa's not real, the Easter Bunny's not real. And then that's when the tears came. That was when it was like shocked them that it was the Easter Bunny wasn't real. I mean,
and then we went down the whole line. Like, what about the Tooth Fairy?
Yeah, we're like, no.
That's us.
But honestly, we were so bad about the Tooth Fairy.
We were so bad.
I don't know how they didn't like put it together.
So bad. We were. Yeah.
Sit there and blame the dog, everything. Like.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because we would forget. We'd say that they needed to put it on the counter downstairs where the dog wasn't, so it didn't scare the dog. Or it didn't scare the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
And then there was times we would forget it on the counter.
Yeah.
Or like they would put it like Mission Impossible. They put it like where we had to go around like 2 different kids sleeping to get to it, and we're like, what?
The dog scared of the tooth fairy. We're not even trying.
We were bad at the Elf on a Shelf too. We were
Well,
so
I mean,
bad.
we were late to the game, thankfully for that. But
Anybody out there, if you get the opportunity to shy away from that stupid Elf on a Shelf, don't do it. And if you're gonna do it, don't be like us and get 2. Because the most time they just ended up getting thrown in the Christmas tree and said, I guess they're playing hide and seek. We just stuff them in there. But like it was also hard because we couldn't put them anywhere that Wyatt would touch them. So we always had to put it like 6 feet up in the air. It wasn't anything like we could do where, on the ground or some of the cool stuff where it's on a table. It's like,
or like in ice.
because then they would be all traumatized because Wyatt would just grab it and he's holding it and like they're like, oh no, he doesn't have magic anymore. The amount of cinnamon we probably went through trying to, because it was cinnamon, right, to get their magic back.
I think so.
Or they had to write. They probably wrote a bunch of letters to Santa to get the magic back too, because we're like, oh gosh. Glad those days are done. I know it sounds bad, but
I don't know.
well, now we got to worry about what are we gonna do with Skyla, our youngest daughter. Like now that the older girls, are we just gonna like start teaching her the traditional way with like that what Christmas is actually about? Or are we gonna bring back Santa so that she can like?
It comes back to the whole church setting. Skyla honestly has grown up in the church. She will be the only one who's actually has, and so I think that it would be best and beneficial just to do it that way because it's not even. It's your environment that you're around, like you say. When you're in church, there are going to be kids that their parents teach them not about Santa. They teach them the true meaning and what it means, and there's they're not going to know not to tell people.
Mm-hmm.
Their parents, I mean, those parents who tell them the real meaning in that, why would they sit there and be like, okay, no, but you can't tell kids or anything because that's, I mean, a sin, like,
Yeah, we could tell them too about like Saint Nicholas and how he was, giving to the needy and like he was an actual person.
I feel
but it wasn't. It's not the commercialized version that people are thinking.
Yeah, no, I just feel like it should just be that way.
Yeah,
because just like when we were when we began going to church, and that's when we decided that they needed to know exactly why that Santa wasn't real, and that we weren't trying to be mean. We were trying to a lot of times do what any parent does is try to beat other kids who are trying to be mean to the punch.
Right.
And to
inform our kids before they get told by somebody else in a mean way.
Yeah. And then like what I was saying about before is like when we did do that parent conference at the church, it came to a shock for us that the average age that kids do find out that Santa's not real is 8 to 10. Mm-hmm. And our kids were older.
Yeah.
And so then like when we did tell our parents, and our parents were pissed at us for telling, they're like, you ruined their childhood and all that. But then we're like, honestly, like we just learned that kids are finding out way sooner. Yeah. I mean, you look at the internet.
Right.
It's so easy for kids to do that.
Yeah. Especially the internet. Yeah. Yeah, it was wild. I mean, we could skip ahead a few years, but we graduated high school and then we both had our own jobs, still seeing each other all the time. I lived with my dad for, like a year?
I don't think so. Honestly, I think...
Because I lived there until we worked at WDS. We worked at WDS until about the summertime, and then we moved out.
So I was going to say the summertime, so maybe a year after graduation.
I worked at Kmart for 6 months, 7 months, and then I was going to get fired, so I quit. Because I had like 7.5 points, and then if you had 8 points, at 8 points they fired you, and they're like, you get any more late calls or call-offs, whatever, then you're going to get fired. And I think I had to be to work at like 7 o'clock to unload the truck, and I woke up at 7 o'clock, and so I called in, and I was like, nah, I quit. And they're like, well, you would have been fired. And I was like, well, I quit. They're like, well, if you quit, you can never work at Kmart again. And I was like, Nah, I'll take that chance.
Where's Kmart now?
Yeah. I won, suckers. And then I went and worked at WDS, and you were working at that Asian place, and then you ended up going to work at WDS too once we got into an apartment together.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, once we get into an apartment, we're going to have it made. It's going to be great. That was a cool part of our life, but also a very, like, the first time that you actually have to be an adult, making a rent payment and then
And
groceries and
cooking for yourself and cleaning.
freedom. Party. You could go to party. That's where it was still partying days, and I was drinking then.
Yeah.
And then and then that was around the same time that you started getting your stomach thing, right?
Yeah, and like I got stung by a bee. I remember I got stung by a bee or a wasp, whatever it was, over at your dad's house. And my hand was just so fat. And it just I went to the doctor and they gave me stuff to finally get it down, but I could not type because WDS, you have to type.
Yeah.
I could not type. And I even went in because I was like, they're like, you're calling off so much. Why? And I was like, my hand, I can't type. And then I don't know, something with my stomach. I just couldn't hold down food.
Yeah.
And I kept going to the emergency room, primary health. They all couldn't figure it out.
You had to get a camera down your throat too, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Just to see.
Yeah.
They're like, all you have is acid reflux. Like, but I mean, it didn't.
Yeah, it was like
anything.
clockwork, like half hour after you would eat.
Yeah. It was like, I hate puking. Like, who wants to? Honestly, like, it feels horrible, especially when it's the acid reflux. But it just.
And that went on for what, like almost a year, like 9 months, something like that. Like,
yeah, it was a pretty long time.
Yeah, cause I mean it was like summertime when that happened, obviously, because it was bees and flowers and stuff outside, and then yeah, it was kind of worrisome. Obviously, you're not keeping down any food, so like, where's your nutrition coming from? We were still drinking and stuff and smoking weed and like partying, but you're not holding any food down. So when you get drunk and you can't have anything absorb the alcohol or anything, like,
yeah,
and then we ended up moving out of the apartment, moving in with my dad.
Yeah, because that was when he started going through his
divorce.
He needed help with Mercedes.
And the house was empty, so we had a spot, and we were going through stuff with some of the people we had in our apartment or whatever, just typical young 20, drunk, whatever, party days. And
you are just...
I'm a terrible roommate.
Terrible roommate.
I'm a terrible roommate. It sounds great.
Not for me, though. I mean, honestly, like, you're fine. Like, I get you. I can deal with you. But, like, for other people, like, yeah.
No yeah, it always sounds great. Like, I love the idea of living with friends. Doesn't work out.
Yeah. If you want the friendship to last, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we were partying at your Aunt Amy's one night. And then we're coming home. It was you, me, and Matt, and you're driving your 1-month-old car.
Yeah, 1-month-old car.
Not even made your first payment.
No.
Just, we were sober at that point. Like, it was the next morning. We had slept off the alcohol and everything, and you drove right through a red light, and we got T-boned. Yeah. Matt's like, Ashlee. The other Matt.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just were in a daze or something and just kept going, and then smash, totaled out just the price of the airbag alone. All the airbags for that Chevy Cruze totaled out the vehicle. Luckily, when you had bought it, you had that gap insurance.
Oh, yeah.
But the biggest miracle of it all was, like, I swear it was that crash that reset something in your body, like, just reset it back to normal or whatever, because then it was that one point, then you stopped puking everything up.
Yeah.
Right? That was, like, the only thing that changed.
Yeah.
Was that crash?
Well, I mean, yeah, that, and then, like, a couple months later, we found out I was pregnant.
That was the same month.
Yeah.
So you were already pregnant at that point. You just weren't far enough to know.
Yeah.
Because that was like mid-March. like March 9th or something like that, I think. It was like one of those in that first like 10 days area. And then you found out you were pregnant on your brother's birthday, right? Like, was it March 27th?
Yeah.
And then was it? So you found out, and then you told people, right? Did you tell people? Yeah, you did. Cause then it was my 21st birthday on April 2nd.
Yeah, cause well, like even before, like so, it's not like we weren't like not trying, but we weren't like not like I don't know how to explain it. I wasn't taking birth control because I did not know what was going on with my body. Like,
yeah, and I had a different theory on the whole thing. I was like, there's no way she can get pregnant if she can't keep down food. So
yeah.
Which is like a messed up thought, but like in my mind it checks out. The math checks out.
Min math.
Yeah. Well, if she can't take care of herself, she can be so but yeah. That was a messed up thinking, but yeah, then that car crash shook everything loose, and then now you're 3 weeks later we found out you're pregnant, and that was like oh, shoot, okay. It wasn't like a panic or anything. We're just like, okay, 21 or you were 21.
Yeah.
I was almost 21. I was 20, and then we were both working for my dad at that point. And we go to the office that morning on my 21st birthday, and then what, you happen to have like pains or something?
No, I started bleeding.
Oh, you started bleeding?
Yeah. And it was just like spotting, but we told your dad. And your dad had gone through like a miscarriage before, and so he's just like, just leave now. Just go to the doctor now. Like, he was very worried about it.
Yeah.
And then we went to the emergency room. And they did like a ultrasound, and they told us, they're like, yeah, there's no heartbeat. Yeah, you're definitely miscarrying. And I don't know. It was just a part of me that like it was probably God saying
I know you were devastated. You were still devastated though, but
yeah, I was sad and everything because it was like
sure.
that. But yeah, I was like, I mean, just like anybody honestly in that position probably would be, and they just sit there and you just say no. Like, I don't believe you. And so then...
Yeah, because they came in and said there was a baby, but there's no heartbeat.
Yeah. And then they automatically told me, oh, you do need to follow up with the OBGYN. Like, do that. And so we called and we set an appointment, I think, for the next week.
No, it was like 2 days. My birthday was on a Wednesday. We had an appointment for 2 days later on that Friday.
Oh. Yeah. And then...
Because we were supposed to go to Vegas that weekend because it was Matt's birthday, my birthday, Martin. I don't know if Martin was going to go or not, but we were supposed to do something and drive down to Vegas that weekend. And then we called Matt right away and told him we're not going, canceling it.
Yeah. And then, but then we did go out to the bars that weekend, but I didn't drink. I was like, no.
No, we went out to the bar that night.
Then on Wednesday?
Yeah, on my birthday night because you said, it's still your birthday. I want you to go out. I'm not going to drink. I'll go out with you guys. And it was me, Martin, Matt, and you.
Yeah. And so I was just the DD.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, you're like, I'm not going to drink because I don't believe him.
Yeah.
But yeah, your follow-up was like 2 days later.
Yeah, and then the OB was just like, yeah, no, you're good. There's a heartbeat. They're like, you were just a little early at the ER. And everything looks good. I think it was like 6. The heartbeat starts at like 6
5 weeks, 5 days.
Yeah. And it was like
5 weeks, 3 days or something.
Yeah.
It just barely started, they think, like that day or something.
Yeah. And so then, yeah, I remember after that appointment, we told your dad, and he was just like so pissed at the ER. He's like, you better call them and tell them to cancel that bill and all that, giving you false freaking information, not paying attention, not doing their job. I was like,
No, they still billed us, and I think we went to collections because we were trying to fight it for so long.
Yeah. I was just... At that point, we're just like,
Yeah.
They obviously didn't know what they were talking about when we got a perfectly healthy baby.
Not all the way healthy, but so she had to be in the NICU for 5 days.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, she was. Other than that, yeah, that was you and your lottery. You have to go get your lottery before we go in when you're in labor.
Dude, I won like $3 on that ticket.
Yeah, we're like, well, we went to, where would we go? The Buffalo Wild Wings to try and eat some spicy food.
First we went and just walked around the village just to try and go into labor.
Yeah.
And then your dad's like, oh, you probably should eat, because I was having contractions. And so we went to the village, and then I was having contractions. So we went, it's your first baby, so you don't know anything, And so then you go to the hospital. We went to the hospital that was right there, and they told me, you're not ready. It's going to be a minute.
Dilated enough or whatever.
Yeah, and then we called your dad, let him know, and he said, all right, let's go get dinner. The hospital's right there. Buffalo Wings is right here. You're like, we'll just go there. And it was taking forever. Yeah. Forever for him, and my contractions were starting to get bad, and I'm just sitting there, like, tears in my eyes.
You remember they brought you a salad or something?
Because your dad was pissed.
Yeah.
He's like, I was like, the food was taking so long. I was sitting there crying because I was in pain, and your dad just pulled over later. He's like, she needs something right now. Do you not see her?
Yeah.
Like, she needs to eat. She's probably going to have this baby.
Yeah.
Like, get her some food. Get her a freaking salad. Whatever's fastest to come out.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so yeah, he did get me a salad. And then I couldn't, I ate as much as I could. But then when the actual food came out, I could not eat. I remember that. And then we went back to the hospital. And they were like, yeah, you're far enough that we can admit you. Because, like, when it's your first baby, they can do it, like, between, like, 4 centimeters, 5 centimeters or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, oh, yeah, you're good. Like, go ahead, we'll get you a room. And then, so we got everybody all set up, and we called everybody and let them know. And they were all excited. Because, I guess, it's my mom's first granddaughter. Not, so, and your dad's. I guess it was your dad's first.
Yeah.
And so then we sat there and waited, and they got so mad at us because after, I think it was like when you were like 4 or 5 centimeters or something, they let you go ahead and have an epidural if you wanted it. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to take it. And so I remember it was late at night. Everybody's still in the like area because they weren't even in the room with us. And the doctors went out there and then told them, just, you guys might as well just go home. She's inside there sleeping. And so they were mad because they left. And then I remember, though, my mom stayed because they had to help you. Because the biggest thing about, like, the first child, they don't let you use, well, at least my doctor didn't let me use the legs.
Mm.
The stirrups. Yeah, the stirrups. They had, like, my mom on one side and my mom and your mom on the other because you could not do it.
So weird. I hate having in-laws or even my mom, anybody in there.
But it was such a good thing for the first one because I remember the doctor looking over at you and telling you to sit down because you looked like you were going to faint because you're so young and everything. And you're like, all right. But
Yeah, people say that childbirth is so beautiful to watch, and I'm like, I think I'm watching the wrong channel because this is not cool.
Oh, I'm the same. I would say the same way. Like the doctor sitting there asking me if I want to want a freaking mirror or put my hand down there. I'm like, no, I just want it out.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to see it. Like, no, I'm good.
Yeah. Wild, but yeah. Then she comes out like it was like what. Like, she came out at like 10 o'clock in the morning, and we went in there like at 8 o'clock at night or something. Mm-hmm. So it was pretty long.
It was a long one, yeah. And I pushed forever with her.
Was that's the push chick, or is that the second one?
No, it was that one. I just wanted to kill that doctor. Like, honestly, she kept saying, that's the push. That's the push. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
Like, and then you just remind me of that, like, constantly.
Yeah.
Give me PTSD.
That's what I'm here for. But then she had low blood sugar and then was in the NICU for, 5 days?
Yeah, until her sugar could regulate. And so that was our first baby, first way to kick everything off.
Yeah, and then while we were in the hospital, that's when my Uncle Larry died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I remember that, like, we were arrested, or like we just came back from seeing her at the NICU, and your dad came in, and he said he had to tell us some bad news, and yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then we took her home and in camo.
Oh yeah. I remember you doing the photo shoot.
Yeah,
You and Angie.
Put her in those antlers.
In a
Made a
Santa
little, like,
suit and
perfect
everything,
little-
because it was November. Well, I guess by the time she got home, it was December. But
Yeah. Yeah, that freaking double wide trailer we had. The only heat we had was from a big old blower heater to heat the whole thing. It was so freaking expensive.
oh
And
yeah,
it was dangerous. Like, you had to put a tile plate down to put the heater on top of it, and it had to plug into like a 220-volt outlet. And gosh, I mean, but that's the thing. When we look back, when we were in the apartment, we're like, man, if we could just have our own place, we'd be happy. And we got our own little double wide, right? And then we're like, what if we just had our own house, And then there's just, like, we make all these progressions in life, and we think that once we get that next step, it's going to make us happy, and we always find something else that's going to make us happy, and we're never going to be satisfied. So
it's not just us; it's just people.
Yeah.
It's just it's the world that you live in.
yeah,
And
yeah. And then I think it was just shortly after when Robbie came to live with us.
Yeah, he moved from Utah. Cause she was a little.
He was going through some.
Older,
He was going through some stuff. It was like right around Christmas time.
It
It was at Christmas or New Year's.
She wasn't brand new. It was at least a couple months. Yeah.
And then that was right around the same time that my dad had told me that they were making some different changes within Superior, and that you couldn't work directly under.
Oh yeah, because no family or whatever, family policy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So Robbie came to live with us, and then I had signed him up for Department of Labor just to get a job, but I didn't know his email, so I put my email. And then that's when my dad told me that I had pretty much, they weren't going to fire me right away, but I had to find a new job, and I'd be actively looking. Pretty much had like 90 days.
Yeah.
And so I was...
Yeah, because I was on unemployment when you were doing that. I remember that. I did. That was the first time only time I've been on unemployment, but yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so that happened, and then that's how I had found the prison, because they had sent Robbie an email for the prison. I was like, this ain't going to be a good job for him, but I guess I need a job, so... I filled out, remember, it was like 14 pages. I'm pretty sure I probably had you fill out like the first 5 of them or something, but...
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
All the basic info, and then...
Good chance.
I remember going into that job fair, and they were asking about like the drug use, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And I said that it was like 2.5 years since I had used, and it was probably like 6 months. But even then I was lying. And then they're like, well, unfortunately, we can't hire you because you have to be at least 3 years clean. And it says you've only been clean for 2 years. So unless you're not quite sure, we can go ahead and change that for you. And, if it was 2012 instead of 2013 or something, we can change that for you. And I was like, yeah, maybe it was, probably. And she's like, all right, well, let's go ahead and change that for you. And then, so then I started working at the prison. What'd you think when I was going to start working at the prison as a career?
I don't know. I guess honestly, like I was glad. I mean, I guess it had benefits, like good benefits, but I didn't expect it to be a long time job. Like, it's the longest job you've had.
Yeah.
So I wasn't expecting that. That's for sure. Especially because at first, like, you sit there and you think about what happens at the prisons, especially because you started watching that show.
Like 60 Days In or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then it would, like, freak me out about, like, oh, man, he can die. Like, he gets shanked with his big-ass mouth. Like, for sure it's about to happen. Like, and so, I mean, it's kind of scary.
Yeah. How was it for you becoming a mom for the first time?
I mean, I guess you can't really describe it. Like, I don't know. I love her. It's all new. I mean, even now we tell her, she's our oldest, and we tell her, you're our experiments. Like, we're just trying to do our best by you.
Yeah.
This is everybody's first rodeo. At least us 3.
Yeah.
And so.
Us 4. We had Remy.
Oh, yeah.
We got her a puppy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we were thinking.
Yeah.
About that, but.
We got that one because Matt got a golden retriever, and then we're like, oh man, these are cool dogs.
Also, you just get the puppy effect.
Yeah.
You go and see the puppy, and you're like, I gotta have it.
We got that Cabela's dog too.
Yeah.
We went to Cabela's one day, we're like, let's go get this dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also I think the fact of, I did grow up with a dog that I was attached to, and so I just wanted that for her.
Yeah.
Because it's a special relationship.
Right. Yeah. And then I started at prison, and by the time I graduated post, you were pregnant again.
When was that? Like
May, June.
Whatever. Oh, yeah. I was like, we found out Father's Day. Or I found out, because we were in denial. We were in, because, I mean, I was trying to breastfeed. Well, because we had issues with Nell, with eating and failure to thrive. And
yeah, because she was, what was that, only a few months old, and she was only 7 ounces heavier than at birth or something?
Yeah. And so then, like, we had to supplement because she wasn't getting enough. And so, I mean, she's honestly our first kid. I mean, we hit a whole bunch of bumps with that one.
Yeah.
And a learning experience, I guess you can say. But yeah, and so then I was in denial because I hadn't had a period. But I mean, you breastfeed, people don't have periods all the time, you know? So I thought it was common. And then I was just like, one day, I think it was on Father's Day, I was like, we might as well take a test. I was like, we got one. We had one from before. I was like, and then, yep. I said, yeah, man, I'm pregnant. They were like, what? You can't be. And I was like, yeah, it's true. and then I remember calling to make an appointment with the doctor. And I called and they asked me, like, the last time you had your period and all that so they can figure it out. And they're like, all right, okay, we'll schedule an appointment. You'll see the doctor. And I mean, we just had a kid, so I knew, like, the doctor's appointments. Like, first you have an ultrasound, then you go see the doctor.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I was like, I'm not going to have an ultrasound? They're like, oh, no, from our calculations, you're 12 weeks pregnant. Like, you don't need an ultrasound.
Yeah.
Oh, they're like, you'll get an ultrasound if there's something wrong. And I was like, okay, I guess let's save a little bit of money.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, that was wild.
And then we told your dad. I remember, I guess, yeah, we told my dad first that time. I remember because I told him and I said, yeah, Dad, I'm pregnant. And he's like, well, you know how that happens, right? And I said, yeah, Dad. And then I do remember walking into your dad's house and telling him, and he's like, are you serious? You guys, you're just joking. And we're like, nope, we're serious.
Yeah.
And we're like,
knock them out, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we moved into my dad's house after we were done with that lease at the double wide.
Yeah, because that guy just, I don't know, the landlord was not very.
Yeah, it wasn't a good spot for kids with that heater and stuff, and it was all electric. It got really expensive even in the wintertime. Or
And it was
wintertime
open.
and the summertime, and yeah, it was just
It was open
not
off
a good spot.
busy street, and then we had a second kid, so we need to save money.
Yeah. And I wasn't good with having roommates. I kicked out a bunch.
Kicked out your own brother.
Kicked out my brother. Kicked out
Martin. Martin was living us that trailer. Left.
Love them both. Hate roommates.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it's like completely on them. I'm just not good with roommates. So.
Well, that, and then I was able to stay home because I did help your dad a lot with Mercedes because he by that time he did have full custody of her, and so he needed somebody to be able to take her to school and then pick her up or take her to preschool.
And you were working for him at that point too, right?
Not when we moved back in with him.
Oh.
No, because I would walk her. Mercedes and I would walk to school with Vernell, and then I'd walk back. And that's why, like, I feel like my pregnancy with Halen was, or actually the delivery part was so easy because I did do a
Oh,
lot of walking. Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, and then my dad ended up moving back to Colorado, sold that house, and then your brothers were cool enough to, or your brother, not brothers.
No, my brother and brother-in-law, but yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't like we were living with Booger.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
They were cool enough to let us move in. Didn't charge us rent. We were in a lot of debt from your medical bills, and then just um, we got all scared and bought the car after your
Oh,
cruise. We went and bought that Chevy Equinox, and then we were upside down because it was like they should not have given us a loan. We didn't have enough credit, but it was like one of those sketchy places. It was
yeah.
like 20% interest rate.
The auto mall. I don't think they're
Internet auto.
Internet auto, yeah.
Yeah. Someone said that was ran by AKs or something. I don't know. Maybe it checks out. But yeah, we were just in a lot of debt, so
Mm.
they were cool and let us stay there, and we helped them out around the house or whatever. And that's when I started getting another job too. Like I
Oh, yeah.
was working graveyards at the prison,
Mm.
and then I'd get off and go work at the country club straight from there, and then come home and sleep for a little bit and go back to graveyards.
Yeah.
And you were just doing your best at raising 2 kids still in diapers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because then, yeah, by that time that Halen was born. So,
Yeah.
Mm.
What was that area like for you?
I mean, they were so close together that I felt like it was easy, I guess you could say. I mean, obviously, raising kids not easy, but the fact that I was just already going through it with Renell, and it's just the same. And Renell's just the sweetest kid anyway,
Mm-hmm.
and always wanted to help and hold the kid, and just very understanding and wanting to just be there. She was I mean, it's just like that saying. The first one's always going to be the calmest, and then your second one's like, why do I have another kid?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think it was pretty easy though, because she was good, and I was able to have the focus on them.
Yeah.
So.
How was that for you with me being gone so much between the 2 jobs, and then when I was home I was pretty much just sleeping?
Well, the thing is since we did live with my brothers, or I mean, both of them are really my brothers, but lived with them. They loved the girls. They'd help out.
Yeah.
They were never ones to shy away from like changing a diaper if I needed help, or if I needed them to keep an eye on them for a second or anything like that. They'd always be there.
Yeah.
It's like a village, a village
Yeah.
helps you.
Yeah.
And at that point, they were definitely helping us a lot. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was you and me in a queen bed, and then we had the crib at the top of our bed.
Oh yeah.
And then remember when Halen was born, we put a piece of cardboard wrapped in a blanket and then like tied it with like paracord to the little slats going straight up and down. So we had like a little section for the baby to sleep this way, and then the longer, bigger area for our 1-year-old to sleep. So it was like both of them in there, and then that was like our headboard. So that made things interesting, having just kids always right there, and we were all in the same room, and we made it work. But yeah, that was. I mean, I was working at the golf course. Like what? Remember, there's days that I would come home for like 2 days in a row. Like I would work at the prison. I'd get off, go work at the golf course. I want to get off till like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and then somebody would hit me up and like, "Hey, you want to go golfing?" And then I'd go golfing, and then I'd just be like, "I guess I'm just gonna go back to prison or the prison," and then I would work, and then I'd be driving home and just like hallucinating because I've been up for like 30 plus hours.
Yeah. Or like you would even just, I'm going to take a nap in the car. I'm not going to drive all the way home kind of thing. Yeah.
Remember when you would come out to the driveway and you'd like wake me up because I would just be falling asleep like on my way home?
Yeah.
And I would just like pass out in the car once I would hit the driveway. You're like, come on inside. I remember that room, we would make it dark, and we had that air conditioner in the window, and we would just blast it cold air. And then I would just be passed out.
I know it's just like I remember going in there and telling you, like waking you up when you were sleeping, and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the store. If you need something, just let me know. I'll be back. I have the kids, like And then I'd be at the store, and you call me. Where are you? And I'm like, I woke you up and told you, and I don't remember. I'm like, well, I did. I don't know what to tell you. I'm at the store. I'm almost home. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you pretty sure you use that as a loophole sometimes. Like I'm thinking sometimes you probably didn't tell me. You're like, I talked to you when you were sleeping.
I mean, not going anywhere, not taking the kids, but yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember that was your biggest thing. Like when we did have Renelle, I do remember like us like getting into fights because you would think that I was going to take her. And it was like, but I like, since it was like a first kid, I was so connected. I was so afraid to leave her that I would take her into the living room with me or whatever. Like I would pack her around. Like, and then you just get mad because then I get into a fight and be like, I'm just going to leave. And then you'd be so mad because you're not leaving with my kid. But I mean, that was also alcohol induced. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 90% of our fights were because of alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it was we were in a lot of debt though. That was our big thing. We took that Financial Peace University course because I remember obviously growing up in divorced households and stuff and doing my own research, and money's, one of the top reasons for or is the top reason for divorce. And so before we got married, we decided that we were going to take that course together. I think that was a good option, a good decision.
Did we take it? No, we took it before.
We took it before we got married.
Like right before we got married.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we left the girls and then got married. Mm.
Yeah, I think we started it shortly after when Halen was born or something.
Well,
sometime in that area. We had paid.
Halen was born in February and then we got married in April.
Yeah.
So.
I think we just barely finished it. Or maybe we finished it when we got back or something. I don't know. But we did take the course and then...
we sold our car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really we tried to buy a house and they told us we were too upside down in our car and we had a debt to income ratio wasn't where it needed to be. So yeah, we owed $13,000 on your car and we were only able to sell it for $8,000. And we had to pay the other $5,000.
Yeah.
So that sucked because we just had to pay that to get our debt to income ratio down so we could buy a house, which I think we had to even borrow money from people. Because that wasn't something that we just had the money.
Yeah.
We were paying down all your medical bills. We were calling collections and seeing like what they would take. We were just playing that whole game trying to get those paid off, which is a great option. Like if you're in collections, like call them and just see what they'll take because they'll take a good percentage off. Just make sure that you get it in writing. But
yeah.
But we were. I mean, I remember that one year. Once I stopped doing the country club, like I was just working in the prison then. I was doing 60-hour weeks. Remember that?
The overtime.
Once I went to days, and I would just be working I'd work 2:30 in the morning till 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
5 days a week. That's when nobody was doing overtime like that. And I was like, I think I did 9.
That's because I was getting paid out then.
That's when they just started paying it out. Yeah, like once a month. And so it was like 900 hours. I also think I packed on a good amount of weight during that time too, just because trying to stay awake in the morning, and Mountain Dews was a big thing for me, like full sugar Mountain Dew bottles. We were also doing like those big cookouts.
Oh yeah.
Remember we would take like bacon and eggs and all those. We would just make the pod control smell like bacon, and in a prison, like smells is such a big thing. It would go down all the way to like the big hallways down to control, and they'd be like, "Are you guys cooking bacon?" But yeah, fitness wasn't really a thing for us at all then. We weren't really sticking to anything. I think we had tried a couple times different things. I think we had tried keto. We had
because it was pretty big, and then
keto. We had tried. I think at one point we tried to do those It Works wraps.
Oh yeah, your sister was big on that, so that we tried to do that.
Yeah.
And then I think that like I don't know. you didn't want another kid or whatever. Because then we got our house. Got our house. And then I wanted another kid. And you're like, no, we're good or whatever. I was like, yeah, well, we need a boy.
Yeah, we had 2 girls at that point. I struck out on the second one. I thought we were going to have a boy and a girl and we would be done.
Me too. I thought Halen was going to be a boy for sure.
Yeah.
I told my dad that too. He's like, guys, I remember talking to him and I was like, yeah, it's a girl again. He told me it's a healthy baby.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. And then, but then we did, like, I think it was like a year, I would say. About a year into, the year that we moved in, I did get pregnant. And then we found out it was actually a miscarriage on that one.
Yeah, on like Christmas Eve.
And, I mean, I don't know, like thinking back about it, like on my point of view, like from finding out, like I knew like it was like gonna happen. I don't know. I mean, I guess mom's intuition. Like with Renelle, I knew they're lying. It's not gonna do it, or maybe it was God talking to me at that time, and then I just didn't know. But then this time, I was like, yeah, and it was I mean, unlike some people, it was an early kind of miscarriage. So, I mean, I definitely can't imagine like going through and having miscarriage at 20 weeks or anything like that. But it was still a big thing for me. And that's when I started after the miscarriage, I started gaining a lot of weight because I just ate my feelings. And then I got to the point where I think that you had decided that going through that, you were okay with having another. And then that's when we were trying and then we got pregnant with Wyatt.
Yeah, 2019. I remember we went to the farm stand and then told everybody that you were pregnant. So it was like October that we found out.
Yeah, we definitely didn't have a good like order of like we never told the same people at the same time. Like it was always different. Like you think about it, like we told our parents first for like Renelle and then Halen and then
I think we told Matt first. And we went to Marie Callender's.
Matt, yeah, and then our parents. But then like with Wyatt, what we did was we did
we did gender reveal that was the only time we ever did one was for Renelle, and then the other kids were like,
well, they were too close together. Like Halen and Renelle were close together, and like that's why I didn't have a baby shower either with Halen because I mean, there's another girl and had the stuff like didn't need it. But then like for Wyatt, our announcement or whatever was we just went and did pictures and we mailed them.
Oh, that you were pregnant?
That we were pregnant, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we never specifically told anybody. We just...
it was like on the back of it was like a Christmas card or something. It was on the back, right?
Yeah, a Christmas card. Other than, I guess we did tell Ashlee and Garrett because we did go to the farm stand with them.
Yeah.
And so they were like officially the first ones. But we're like...
We didn't tell the parents.
We didn't want to tell the parents. But the parents,
because they're always
can't always make them happy.
Yeah. Why'd you tell that one first? Yeah.
And so we're like, we're going to let the USPS just deal with it. Whoever gets the card first gets the card first. And it was your grandpa. He got it. Because he called your dad up. Did you see the Christmas card? And so it was just funny how it worked out. But.
And then I surprised you with that early geogram or whatever they call it, where you can
find
out the sex. Yeah, the 3D one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember us walking out of that, and you're like, in your head, you were just stuck. You were like, oh, I guess we have a Trinity right now. And I look at you, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Trinity's a girl name.
Oh.
Because you were in shock that it was a boy. And I was like, we're having a boy. And he's like, oh, yeah, I remember. I guess we have a Traxton.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
I really thought Traxton was the coolest name. It was like 2 X's and a 10, so it'd be like triple X or something. Still a cool
just
name.
Not meant to be.
Yeah, I called my grandpa first. Called him first because I felt like he really wanted a boy the most because it was, passing on the Sidwell name.
All our kids, though, like you said there, and you think about the houses that we have been in, and they all did come home to different houses.
Different houses.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I think that's after, because I gained I want to say I gained the most weight with Wyatt, but he was my biggest baby.
Yeah.
And so after I had him, I felt bad about myself, and
He was what, 9 pounds?
Like
2 ounces or something?
Yeah, he was almost like,
or was it 9, 10?
He was almost 10 pounds. Yeah, it was like 9'8" or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was not feeling good about my
Yeah, that
body.
delivery was wild. They like screwed stuff into his head to pull him out.
Yeah, because he was such a big kid that he just
Then
couldn't come out.
Yeah, what was that thing? I don't even know what it's called, but yeah, they screwed it into like his forehead to try and get him out, and then it kept popping off twice.
A forcep, right?
I
think so. I mean, yeah, we didn't even talk about Halen's. Halen's was super easy, like done.
Yeah.
Like she wanted to come, second kid,
Yeah.
Wild. But yeah, I don't know. That was a hard birth, that's for sure, with Wyatt, just because he was so big, and it did made me realize that I needed to do something to feel more confident.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go on walks, or that's when I found that Lucy gal.
Oh yeah.
And so I just
on
follow
YouTube
and start doing that. But I mean, we were still drinking and not eating healthy and stuff, and
yeah,
it was just me doing our daily walks and things like that just started getting into.
Yeah, but the whole part of that was we were still eating like crap. That's when I got a smoker, and we were doing like all the briskets and all the pork belly and like the mac and cheese from Costco a lot.
That and drinking. That's when also the popsicles, the alcohol popsicles from Costco.
Oh yeah.
We could just make sure we had a stock of those, and
I was just drinking Coors Light
and like
Jack and Coke.
And I think that's when the seltzers came out big too.
Yeah.
And so then you just sit there and just drink it, drink your calories for sure.
It was also COVID.
Yeah.
So we couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
That's when like DoorDash I feel like really took off was during COVID, because then I think it might have gone before that, but that's when we were doing a lot of deliveries, and then that's also when I broke my collarbone.
Well, you broke it before.
I broke my collarbone, before, but it was like during that year that Wyatt was born, and then I got addicted to video games bad because it was COVID was shut down, everything, and I broke my collarbone, so I'm out of work. And then they can't do anything besides stay in the house. And so I just started playing Warzone, like when Warzone had first come out. And then I mean, bless your heart. I tell everybody this, but like how you stuck it through that, I don't know. I remember when it was your birthday and I told you call and get a pizza because I'm just going to stay and play video games.
I know. And I sat there and watched Harry Potter by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I guess that when it came to stuff like when you would close yourself off or anything like that, I'd have the kids, and so then it's pretty much making your own little friends. That's how I think of them. I do like to sit there and spend time with them and talk to them about stuff, but then I mean, obviously you're a parent, so there's some things that you can't stay or gotta watch.
Yeah.
And discipline. You can't allow it and stuff like that. So you definitely have to know that line. And then we were living next to Bree and Tanner at that point. And so then for a little bit before they moved. And so it was nice to just walk over, or they'd be over at our house and just hang out. But yeah, you and Tanner would play games. Yeah.
Or drink.
Yeah. Drinking was a big one. That's the thing, is
he almost got divorced because we were drinking that one night.
Yes.
Drinking so much Jack that he had to have his wife call off the next morning, and she was already high on points or something and got in trouble.
Well, yeah. And then there's points where we almost got into divorces, and I just go over to their house, and we just just talk and everything, and you just still be at home. Like I'm just like
I would,
even after
yeah.
Tanner come home or like from our house come back over, yeah, I would just sit there, hang out with Bria, talk and vent to her and everything, and then, but
Yeah, I wasn't, and I still struggle a lot with like being emotionally there for you. It's a tough one.
yeah. Honestly, though, I feel like I am emotional. I feel like I'm more emotional when I'm drunk. Like obviously, it's like the alcohol is gonna
Crashly.
yeah, it's gonna take a no, that's not crashly. That's the difference. But it's just I am emotional when it comes to that. Like I get to the point of you drink, like there's like always like the people who are having fun, and then you get emotional. Then it just goes downhill.
Yeah.
And so like I wouldn't know how to stop drinking because, I mean, as I've said now, like back then I would never say that I was an alcoholic, but looking back on it, like I was just a functioning alcoholic where I could pick and choose.
Yeah.
But then when I was drinking, it was no stopping kind of
Right.
thing. And so I feel like I was just emotional, but at like this point or whatever, I know like being sober, I'm not as emotional and I understand more of you and so like I know that you are there for me because like you're my best friend. Like obviously like we share everything together and I know that I can count on you. And so I don't think that you being closed off as you do affects me as much as you think so. But then go back to it again. I mean, I do have my kids to, if I need, 'cause we got some Spitfires, that's for sure. And they, like, each one of them are, like, they're different personality. Like, Renelle is, like, the emotional one where she will cry with you. And then Halen, she's the one that's...
Gonna go fight someone for you.
Yeah, definitely. And then White's the cuddle. The cuddle bug and the one that will just hug you or even give you a kiss if you even pretend to cry.
Yeah.
At least me. Like, and then you got Skyla, who's just the one who just wants to make you laugh. She doesn't know what's going on, but she's gonna be the goofy one. And so I feel like God did put those kids in our lives because of lacking on our part.
Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't ever have emotion. I just grew up in an area that it just didn't really make sense to have. So I think I'd just shut that part of my brain off. I know we would get in fights like when we were drunk and you would walk away from me or walk out of the house, and I wouldn't chase after you. And I remember that was like something that bugged you. Like, you never even chase after me. I'm like, and I won't.
And well, yeah. I mean, I think that's where it kind of differs, though, is because, like you said, like it was a big thing to me because, like, a lot of my life, like a lot of my childhood, I was alone. Like, my dad working out of town and stuff, my mom would be gone, and so I feel like at that point, like when I was drinking and stuff, I needed that. Like I was like, I needed somebody to show that they did care, kind of, and then but like us sitting here and like. Or us growing as we have, being able just to discuss and being able to be like, me come to you and tell you, like, this is what I need. And you saying, oh, I will work on it. Like, it gives me the validation that I do have, that I don't need to be dramatic.
Yeah.
So.
I know you struggled with a long time that, like, you knew some stuff about my childhood, but I still didn't feel comfortable even talking to you. And you're like, why won't you tell me? And I was like, you won't understand. And then you're like, you don't even try and to tell you or whatever. I think our relationship got better once I finally got out, but that took a long time. To talk to you or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, honestly, like, when it comes down to sharing your story, like, for anybody, it's hard. And that's why I am glad that you did start this. Goodness. But it does give the people the opportunity to share their stories that other people might relate to. And it does make a difference, even if it's not hundreds of people, a difference for them. It is that one. Like we always talk about, you always find that one. And just like going through like that, the re-engage that we did and stuff, like I honestly, like most of the things that I've talked about, like I just pushed aside, and there are still things that I've not, like, especially not on camera, like from my childhood that you know about that I don't bring up. But going through that re-engage, it's not just like focused on your marriage and making, like you did make me go, like honestly, like even though like we both would walk in there and be like, our marriage is fine. Like, we don't, like, we're good. We're just going to go ahead and see what it is about. But I feel like it was such a good thing because it did bring out things that I hadn't thought about for myself. And like them always drawing a circle around you is what's important. I mean, growing up, honestly, like my childhood, my parents are the type of people that something gets hard or whatever, they just kind of do their best to sweep it under the rug,
Yeah.
you know, or avoid the situation. And so I was that way too. I mean, honestly, I'm still working on it. But that re-engage, it did open up things that I hadn't thought about. That, like drinking in school and not specifically caring, just getting by with what I knew I could get away with, and not doing what I should, not excelling how I should have, and stuff. And so then, like, it was just sitting there thinking, like, you brought it onto you. And I think that's what did a big old change for us. Well, I guess not just that, because we had been talking before we did the re-engage, like on our walks and stuff about, like, especially about books. Like I would read like parent books or something, and then you read something and we'd share what we read and how we can relate to it. And so a lot of the things that re-engage did cover, we had already kind of covered before when it comes to us together. But the other things that it did push out was things of how I am and what I needed to work on, not with just me, but like with God, and just to better myself, to better us. And so, like, it was I don't know, I think it did make a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So with Wyatt, like, what was some of the things that we started noticing that was just different from him than our other kids? Remember?
Honestly,
I remember he wouldn't really respond to his name much.
Yeah, he didn't respond to his name. And I mean, at the time, yeah, we had Becky. And so Becky had seen from her previous or I don't know if it was practices or her, what is it? Like, she didn't do a practice, but her
just experience. I don't know.
I guess, yeah, experience. Like she would kind of point stuff out to us, but she wouldn't be judgy or anything, or like shove it down our throats. And because I was in denial, like big time.
Yeah.
Even
I know. Yeah. I said some things like that. I thought maybe something was up. I didn't know what it was. I just said like maybe he's behind or something, and you're like, well, everybody goes at their own pace, and
well, because that's the thing too, is like, because he was behind on talking, and
but he walked at 9 months.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, he walked early. He was fine with like foods and stuff. And everything, but like when you do the well checks, like you have to do for the babies, you know.
Yeah.
The doctor would ask like a series of questions and everything, and then they would be like, okay, we're just gonna keep an eye on it, because he is not talking or responding. Like, they never specifically said that like autism was even a thing.
Yeah.
But what worried you, I think about, like, if you go back to when Halen was a baby, she just has this high pitched voice. And so she was talking and stuff, but it's hard to understand, especially for you. And so then you had always thought that something was wrong. And the doctor at that time, the doctor that we had said that did tell us that all kids are different.
Yeah.
And to just she's fine. He had no worries. And so then when it came to Wyatt, and the doctor like would just say the same thing, like, oh, because I would bring up like Halen,
Was that
and
Batuk?
but yeah,
Yeah, I didn't like that guy.
yeah. And then, but then we went to Wilbanks, and and he's like, we would bring it up and everything, but then like when it did get to that point of, I don't know exactly how old. I want to say maybe a year or so when he wasn't talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like he definitely say had a couple words, like he had like just or mumble things, or you just didn't understand completely. And then he said, you know what, how about I give you guys a referral to infant to toddler program. And so I said, okay, like, and at that time I'm like, I was just thinking he was just a little behind.
Mm-hmm.
It could happen. And so then we went through the infant to toddler, and like he just didn't show any real progress. Like they would come here and they'd play with him and show me like how to interact, make sure how I interact with him, play with him, get down on the ground, read to him, all that kind of stuff. And then they just didn't really see anything. And I think at one point they had switched people that would come over, and you brought it up. I don't know if it was because Becky had mentioned something to you, but you said, oh, yes, what about, do you think he might be autistic or something? And she's like, I don't know. We can keep an eye and we can look at him and watch him. And
yeah, you got mad at me for asking.
yeah. And then, well, because then at that point, they started having an actual speech therapist come with her, and like he loved playing with her speech therapist and everything, but he just wasn't showing much. And so then it got to a point where I was in denial, and I said, hey, I read, any parent, go on Google.
Yeah.
And I was like, I read that maybe something's wrong with his ears, like, and that's why he's not having the words that he should have.
And you thought something about tongue tied too or something, right? Like on the words? Did you say something about the tongue?
Well, yeah, because yeah, you could have like a little tongue tie or something like that. I was going down.
We were just going down different options.
Well, when I was a kid, I did have like a whole bunch of ear infections and stuff, and so then like I really thought like it was a big possibility, and so that's when we did the tubes, and then he also got at the same time as tubes. What was it that they took out? Adenoids. He took out the adenoids too, because they had said, usually they go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But they could, because we also did have him go to an ear testing thing before the tubes, and they could not get a good read on him because he would not sit still.
Yeah.
And or he wouldn't answer, and obviously, like, they won't know, And so they actually did one while he was under anesthesia to test his hearing as well, like what they do for like babies if it came down to it.
Yeah.
And everything was clear.
Mm-hmm.
And so then at that point, it was getting to the point where he was aging out of infant to toddler. And she said, we need to probably look into
officially getting him tested. Diagnosed.
Diagnosed, yeah. And so then they're like, and then of course, at that point I'm kind of giving in a little bit, but you go to the internet again, and it tells you it's going to take forever. And but for us, it was a fast process. It was crazy how fast it happened because there's people waiting for years But since we went through the infant to toddler program, which is kind of the first step in Idaho, I guess you could say, for delayed speech, and our doctor knew everything that was going on, and he was able to just get us a reference real fast. And because I think that it was...
You had to be 3 years old before you could get diagnosed, though, right? Is what they told us?
Well, because I think he aged out at 3.
Yeah, he aged out of the infant toddler, but they said that the first time that they could actually, in Idaho, I think they won't diagnose it until they're at least 3 or something.
Maybe. I don't know exactly on that, but yeah. And so then in May, we went in. It was like the end of May.
Yeah, so that would have been... Yeah, that would have been 2023?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was pregnant with Skyla.
Yeah. So let's back up to October of 22, when Wyatt ran out the front door.
Okay. I guess. I don't know.
Well, we just skipped over that part. That was like our biggest...
I mean, I guess, yeah, there was signs.
But that wasn't even... We didn't know he was a runner at that point. That's what a lot
No.
of people, I read the comments on, they're like, well, if you knew your son was an eloper, then why didn't you keep the doors locked, or why didn't you put the locks up higher? Like,
Well,
he was 2 years old and 4 months at that point in October of 22. Like, we didn't know that was the very first time, and the very first time he booked it straight out to the road.
Well, and honestly, like our first 2 kids, them being so close in age, and us, no matter where we went, like we lived at my brother's house with them. We lived at our new house. And I mean, when we moved to here, they were old enough to understand, but we never had to use child locks.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to do protection, like cabinet locks, door locks.
Obviously, we have 3 kids. Just kidding.
No. But no, like I'm saying, like they knew. They were easy kids.
Yeah.
And so we did not expect Wyatt. Like when
he was rowdy, like he would jump on furniture and stuff, but he wasn't like ever...
Yeah, no, and we didn't know that he could open doors.
Mm-hmm.
Like who... Obviously, okay, yes, there's those people that are like first-time parents that are like, I gotta lock everything down, like right when I'm pregnant with them. Like you find out you're pregnant, you freaking do the child locks, whatever. We weren't like that. Yeah. We didn't know. Like
it was our third kid. Like you get your first kid, you're like really protective. Your second kid, you're like, your third kid, you're like, eat that off the floor. You're fine.
Yeah, but well, and the first 2 did not need the locks.
Yeah,
they knew not to open the door.
Right.
And everything, and so then, and it was at that point, like, so at our old house before we moved to this one where he did run out the door, we had the easy doors. So we knew he could open like,
like the lever.
Lever,
mm-hmm.
Which I mean, obviously it's easy, but these ones were knobs, mm-hmm. And he had not. That was the first time he actually opened, or no, it wasn't even the first time. So we knew he opened the knobs, but we locked the door.
Yeah,
and
he wasn't tall enough. We didn't think.
Yeah, and we didn't know he could unlock it. I mean, now we know not to underestimate him. He is a freaking smart kid.
Yeah, that's why we bungee cord our chairs to the table so he can't move the chairs. Because then he started taking the chair all the way to the front door, and that's one of the reasons why we bungeed the table. Yeah,
but I mean, he's the smartest kid ever.
Yeah.
And so then, like, we didn't know. It was a new thing for us. We never had an autistic kid. Like, I mean, he wasn't diagnosed or anything, but the fact that he ran out the door, like, usually if a kid runs out the door and you're right after them, you tell them to stop. They're going to stop. Like, neurotypical kid, you know? Like, yeah. But we didn't know. We said, obviously, you watched that video and we're sitting there yelling, no, stop, Wyatt. Mm-hmm. And he just doesn't listen because he's autistic.
Yeah.
And at that time, we didn't know.
Yeah.
And so, like, when people do make those nasty comments, I'm like, you're not living my life.
Yeah.
Like, you go ahead and judge all you want. The only judgment I need is God. Like.
Yeah. Yeah, thank God for the sharp rocks that slowed him down for, like, a half a second.
Except now they won't.
No.
And God's those callous on this.
Yeah, little hobbit feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I tell everybody. That was the moment that made made us really start to think about our fitness and being in shape. I mean, it was like those split second differences will make a difference, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, it still took me like 6 months to really like get to the point of I'm gonna change my life. Unfortunately, it still took me a while. It was like on the moment thing. I was still kept on drinking and everything. I just looked at it like I got lucky in the moment or something, but like it was still in the back of my head that I was out of shape, and then
I know.
and then after that, like, scared me to death. We were already thinking that he was autistic, or that might have been like you were kind of in denial at that point because we saw another 6 months until he got, or 8 months from that point until he got diagnosed. But then you were wanting another kid.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, no. I was so scared. I was like, no way. If I were going through this much, and I did my own reading on the internet too, and a lot of times they say that the autism is passed down from the dad, and so I was like, I don't want to pass this down again and possibly have 2 handfuls, right? Because I was already scared of having just 1 handful.
Yeah.
And then you're like wanting 1. I don't know what you were thinking, really wanting 1. And I was like,
well, I don't know. So honestly, like, it's bad to say. Okay, I'm gonna say a couple things that are people are gonna judge me on. I was in denial, but I did know like something was up, And I'm like, oh, man, people are gonna say shit, but but I was like, I just want another boy, just a normal boy. Like I want to experience like normalcy, like because I was like, oh, it's gonna happen. I was in denial, but in the back of my head, I'm like, yeah. And I mean, I was angry. Like I said, I believed in God my whole life, and there's been lots of times I've been mad at God, and that was one, is like me denying it. I'm like, God's not gonna let this happen to me. Like, I'm not meant for that. Like, and so then that was my solution. I was like, yeah, I just want to see. I want to see, because as a special needs parent, you sit there and you look around. I mean, not just special needs. That's mean to say, because are people that don't have kids or whatever, and you look around and you see what others have, and you want that. And so a little bit of me was just wanting a boy. And then, but then the other part of me, like why I pushed so hard, I was like, I'm not, I read about the fact that, or not even just read, I saw how close our kids were in age at our oldest, and how they were best friends. And I'm like, Wyatt needs that, because there is a gap between the girls and Wyatt. And growing up with such a large gap between me and my siblings, it did make a difference to me. And so I'm like, maybe it's not him being different. Maybe it's him needing somebody.
Yeah.
And so I pushed for that. And then, like, in my mind, something that my parents had always told me, I remember finding out I was pregnant with Halen. I was so terrified. I'm like, how am I going to do this? And my mom would tell me, God's not going to give you something you can't handle. And so when I pushed to have another one, it was because even if it did happen, Wyatt would have a friend, and God's not going to give us something that we can't handle. So rude. But, and so, I mean, that's what I said. I said, no matter what, like, I wanted 5 kids, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's either going to go 2 ways. I'm going to get normalcy, or I'm going to get, God's not going to give me something that's too hard. Just give you some more work. And so then, like, when you said, sure, you finally said it.
I gave her a deal. I said, I think it was, you have two different stories. I thought it was like around the first of the year. But I said,
No, it was like in November.
Right after?
November or December, somewhere in there. Like, I don't know.
Anyway, I said, I'll give you like 4 months until my birthday. So whenever 4 months would have been.
December, January, February.
Yeah, so probably December.
December, yeah.
I said, I'll give you 4 months until my birthday to get pregnant. If you can't get pregnant, you'll never ask me again. If you do get pregnant, then let the dice roll where they may. And then it was like we went on a cruise and down to Mexico. Got a little too close to the equator. That gravitational pull just got you pregnant. So
you can say that all you want, but man, I was praying. Like, sure, we weren't going to church. But I always prayed to the Lord, prayed to God, just through anything. I just never really was the active person, but I prayed, and God, like I said, God's not gonna do something that's not in not in His purpose.
yeah.
And then honestly, I think that it's one of the best things. I mean, she's going to look at this at freaking 16, 18 and say, I told you so to her siblings or something. But she is one of the best things that has happened to us, not just because she's here, but because she's made us change.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at that point, like, yeah, you were thinking that you wanted to change because something crazy happened with Wyatt, but then you were also putting it off. But I remember finding out I was pregnant, and you said, I am not getting fat with you this time. And so then you're like, so you started getting serious about it and everything. And you're like,
I quit
I'm
drinking
also,
first.
Yeah.
To like,
yeah.
I was like mad at you for getting pregnant. So I was like, I'm not drinking for all of February.
Yeah.
Like you were
dry February or something.
Like you were already not drinking. Like you were pregnant. So I don't know why I was just like, all right, I'm done drinking. We just got done doing Jello shots.
No, because they closed it down, so it's not there no more.
Yeah.
But remember that drive-through place? Like
Yeah.
you just go pick up any drink or whatever. We tried that
Yeah,
one.
the Shack
and we had
or whatever it's called.
Candies.
Yeah.
And stuff. Yeah, we did that.
Alcohol infused stuff.
Yeah, and then the next day I found out I was pregnant.
Yeah. I know, and I was all upset. Then I went through the Super Bowl, didn't drink. We had people over there like, you're not going to drink? And I was like, nope.
Well, also because you didn't want to tell anybody. You said, we're going to hold out as long as we can. We're not telling anybody.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that part.
You need to wear big shirts. You need to hide anything. Like, when it gets to that point, we'll tell somebody. We didn't even tell our kids.
Yeah, that's true.
One person knew. Well, no, I guess two people. Because I did tell Ashlee. But Serena knew because she was here when I took the test.
Yeah, because you told her before you told me.
Yeah. Well, I was scared. I was scared to tell you because I was like, oh, he's going to be pissed. And then
yeah, you roll the dice, you know what can happen, I guess.
And then we went to the draft pick or something over at Ashlee and Garrett's house.
Mm.
And Ashlee's like, hey, I knew that you were a little upset. What's the matter? You okay?
Didn't she ask you if you were pregnant? Didn't she just ask you or something?
No, she I was like, oh, it's nothing. And then yeah, I think she did push it. She used to push it. And she's like, are you pregnant? I said, yeah. And I was like, but we're just not going to tell anybody. So if you could, I was like, I mean, you could tell Garrett, but we're going to kind of keep it on down low. And she's like, okay. And so, yeah, she knew and Serena. And
I think everybody at my work knew.
Maybe. I didn't tell anybody though, because like I said, like I was afraid of you being mad at me. Like,
yeah.
But I mean, honestly, I'm gonna throw this out there because like people are gonna probably be judgy because I'm terrified of you getting mad at me and stuff. But like compared to what my childhood was and how my dad was, like he was definitely the person that everybody was afraid of. Yeah, you're nothing compared to that. Like I tell the kids all the time, like they're like, I'm afraid to tell Dad. I'm like, why? He doesn't even raise his voice at you, man. That's me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever yelled at anybody.
Yeah,
like so, in my family.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
I say some pretty stern stuff, and I'm pretty blunt, but I'm not like a yeller.
No, yeah, and like, but I mean, back to like,
yeah,
that's how my dad got his his point across.
Right.
But yeah, and so I don't know. It was just a crazy thing because I do remember like even at your party, I was pregnant.
Oh
and
yeah,
we
that was a
always
hard
did
one
the 30th,
to get by with you not drinking
the 30th
because
birthday.
nobody else knew.
Yeah, nobody. Well, Ashlee was there. She I mean,
Right.
she knew. But like, yeah, we went to the Top Golf and everything, and I just sat there and just hung out, talked to everybody, and
You just told everybody you're gonna be my DD
yeah,
because I was
I
getting
did.
smashed.
Well, and it was also the time period of our lives where we were dabbling in dry months. Like we were like, oh, let's go ahead and just do no alcohol this month, like
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Just taking a break, and so that you kind of did that a little bit too, but not for your birthday, obviously. You were drinking, and then
I got way hammered. That was the very last time I got really drunk. Was the day before my birthday.
yeah, and then I remember you telling me like, yeah, I'm done drinking. I said, okay. I said, I like that. I said, even after I have this baby, I won't drink anymore either. Like, obviously, I'm not going to drink with the baby, but, yeah. I was like, I'll do it too. Because we have watched, like, from the outside of people's relationships, we've watched it where one demands to stop drinking and the other just can do whatever they want. And it never works out. And so then, like, when you did say that, I'm like, well, I'm going to be there for him. Like, I'm going to go ahead and do it too. Like, and then, so April, May. So I don't know if it was right after your birthday that you told me or when we found out for Wyatt. Because we found out, because we went to, at the end of May for Wyatt. And then, like, when we did get hit hard with the diagnosis, it was like obviously no drugs, no drinking, nothing. You gotta stay sober when you have an autistic kid. Anything can happen. And so I think that kind of got into line with it too. Like,
yeah.
And yeah. And then we did decide, a big thing with Skyla was we decided that we weren't going to find out the gender. Like I wanted to, but I knew that you were so terrified because you did look it up and you said you found out that boys had more of a chance of getting being autistic. And so I'm like, we're not gonna find out that it's a boy and then Matt be stressed the whole time or whatever, And so like everybody was shocked that we weren't gonna find out the gender or anything, and we're like,
yeah, I wanted a girl at that point.
Yeah, you did. You said that. You're like, I hope it's a girl. I pray that it's a girl. Like, yeah. And I just like, I always wanted a boy, like I said, but I mean, I was happy with a healthy kid, and but yeah, and I was like, well, I think it was a pretty fun thing to do.
Yeah, not find out till it pops out.
Yeah.
People were going crazy.
At the hospital too, I remember the nurses all in there like, yeah, they haven't found out the gender, so I'm so excited.
People would accidentally like slip and say, but we've heard like both ways. Like it was like,
yeah,
how's he doing in there, or how's she kicking, or whatever. And we're like, did they just tell us, or like, yeah. How'd you feel during this whole time when I told you I wanted to start a weight loss journey and hire a coach?
I mean, at first, like, it's not the shock, like this big shocker for me, like because you had started going to the gym, like you were doing super good about, like before, like you going to Planet Fitness and stuff, and like early in the morning before going to prison and stuff.
I didn't get that until I had already signed up. Because
are you talking? What coach are you talking about? Are you talking about
when I hired Wes Watson?
Oh,
for my first original online, I called you from the bus, and we were at Cottonwood, and I said, hey, I really want to change my life up. I want to hire an online coach, and it's going to be like, I think it was like $1,500 for 6 months. And I mean, it's not like we were rich or anything, but you had faith.
Yeah, we weren't struggling, so it wasn't something that we're like, I can't do this at this point or whatever. But I don't know what I was gonna say now. I forgot. Like, oh no, that's the thing about you that, I mean, we've been together for 16 years, But I know that once you say you're gonna do something, you push it to do it. Like, I mean, not always stick with it, but you do. You give it a solid effort. And so then I was like, I just know that's your personality, and so I was fine with it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I'd already given up drinking by that point because we started that whole program May 1st. And then, and then I started going to the gym at like, well, I was waking up at like 2:15 in the morning, 2:15, and going to the gym by like 3. Ashlee would go with me most times.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, I was in so much pain that I knew that something had to change. Like, I did not like the person I was anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like the whole fact that like she definitely, when she's older, she'll watch this or whatever, because it is going to be on the internet. She's going to be like, I told you so to her siblings. But going through the last pregnancy and having a 4th kid, it did make you change your mindset. Like, it wasn't just the physical aspect of it. It was your mindset. It was, I want to do better. I want to not have my kids just be in a comfort of what the worlds are telling you have to do. Like, I want to be better than my parents. I don't want to be stuck at a job that I hate. And so I think that was like the biggest kind of start of it for you. And she, like me, I guess she wasn't here at the time, but being pregnant pushed you to it, to make that realization. And I guess it wasn't just her, because it also, I think it was the journey of Wyatt, because you never know, he's unpredictable.
Yeah.
And so you have to grow. You have to be better for your children, I guess you could say, like, especially those who can't do it themselves.
Yeah, it was scary for me too, because I always had that mindset that, my income was pretty fixed at the prison. And I was like, the more kids that I have, the less I can give each one of them, because I'm not ever leaving the prison. I'm never going to promote. Like, I had no desire to ever promote. I planned on retiring there in another 20 plus years at the time. And so I remember telling you, like, we can't have another kid, because that just takes away whatever we could give these 3 kids. Now we got to split that up into 4. And then I think that's when I had started looking into like flipping, because I was, I was like doing the auction things, but things were starting to pile up. And then you're like, we can't keep doing this. And I was like, well, I don't want to stop going to auction, so at least let me just sell the stuff. And then I started looking at like selling on eBay, and just to make more money. And I bought another course that was like $900 to help me learn everything, all the ins and outs on eBay. And I think that course itself paid like $15,000 that year, of just in that summer. And that's when I started doing like golf clubs and all that other stuff. But that was another thing. You were like, all right. But that whole year I spent a lot of money, and a lot of it came from the golf club money, but you were still okay with it. Like, I hired Seth. That was like $3,600 for a personal coach, just like a mindset coach. I got that speech course. That was like $1,000. I bought the Wes Watson program. That was like another $1,500. I bought.
Yeah, you could say that you spent all that money and stuff, and like, I mean, yeah, obviously I'm not gonna sit here and just tell you can't do something that's benefiting you, improving your life. Because there's people who go spend that money on cocaine, whatever. Like, but at us, the way that we started life, we didn't go to college. We just started working. And so, like, when you did talk to me about it, it wasn't just saying, hey, I'm going to go spend this money. Like, you're like, hey, look at it this way. Like, honestly, I'm putting this money towards education so that we can have a different future. And so it wasn't, I don't know, I guess so that it did help me. And like I said, I believe in you, and you stick to what you know, or not what you know, but you stick to with what you want to do.
Yeah.
Like, it's
stubborn in a good way and in a bad way.
Yeah. And like, I trust that you would do anything for us, to the point where, like if it did come down to it, you'd go ahead and go get hired back on somewhere
Yeah.
if you needed. Like, you're never going to put us in a bad position.
Right.
So,
What was it like that day that I came home and I told you I was going to quit my job in 2 years?
that was scary. It was, well, especially because it was morning time. Like I just wake up and you're just like, okay, I'm leaving. I got a set date. Like, it's done. It's my mind. And like I said, honestly, like, you stick to what you say. So I'm like, it's going to happen. And it's scary because, like, we are taught that we're taught from both of our dads that you need to have a steady job that has insurance, that has a 401k. And that's what the world teaches you. They teach you that if you have that stuff, you are set. Like, you'll be fine. It's just like the Rich Dad, Poor Dad, when we read that book, because I think that's when we
That was the
we
book
did
that changed.
that was the book that changed, and that was also when we started. Maybe we read it before, but you kept thinking about it, and then you had me read it, and so it was like us going on our walks for the 75 hard or whatever, because I remember us doing this. I remember me doing the 75 hard when I was pregnant with Skylar, because I did not. I said, I'm not gonna have a difficult birth. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna get my body in shape so I can be fine. And I also, it was a stupid idea, but I was working out before I got pregnant with Skyla, that I was like, I'm gonna stay in shape, so I'm gonna push this kid out and I'm gonna look good. Like, and it obviously didn't happen that way. But like, I was like, I'm gonna have a birth like Halen. And the only thing I could think about it for Halen was I walked a lot. And so then I said we'd do that 75 hard, and those books are the ones that we read, that we sat there and we would discuss those books, or learning more about autism, because it had become a part of our life now.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, it's just like a first-time parent. You don't know what you're doing. We have 2 neurotypical kids, maybe. Our second oldest is
They all got a touch of autism, probably.
A little bit. I mean, people might judge us for saying that, because I mean, a
Judge
lot of people use that as an excuse for stuff nowadays, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
They just say, "Oh yeah, whatever." And so, like, I mean, it is autism, saying autism, and people using it as an excuse is a big one. Honestly, people do that, and I completely understand that, but we got the right to say it. Like,
we got the pass.
Well, we got the pass, and just from the experience of our journey, and seeing little things in each child. Like, it's not maybe not in saying that they have autism, but it's once you figure out that one kid has autism and all the signs or the things that go hand in hand with them, like sensory issues or anything like that, then you start taking another look at all your children. And you're like, oh, okay, now I kind of understand more. Like with our oldest, she would not wear jeans. She had sensory issues for clothing. Our second oldest, tippy toes, man.
And hates water on her shirts.
Hates water, a little bit of sensory stuff, and
loudness.
Loudness, yes, and people.
Mm-hmm.
She is not a people person. And so, like, I think it just helps you. It's not saying that our kids have it. I mean, obviously, we're not doctors. We can't diagnose it, and we've never taken them because we've never felt the need to.
Yeah. Like
we did with Wyatt. But it's just noticing that there are little signs that kind of make kids different. And I feel like you kind of need to do that with your kids anyway, because it goes with their personality. Why would you sit there and ignore something for a kid that could help them or help you understand them more to help make their life easier?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that
No, I forgot what we said. I kind of went off on a thing.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know where we were at.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Something
just-
about asking about your job or like leaving your job and stuff. And I was like,
Oh yeah, it was just time for growth. You know, I knew that there was something else. I don't know what it was, but you just get that like little thing like, my purpose is not at the prison anymore.
honestly, looking back at it now, I don't know how you say that.
No, like anymore. Like I was definitely supposed to be at the prison for sure.
Yes, no, I'm just saying like how you worded that. Like you didn't know why or whatever. Like it's not a why. Or you didn't, or that little voice in your head saying you're not supposed to be there. It's not just a little voice. It's God. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like it's God telling you.
But back then I didn't know. I was
Yeah.
that was 2023. We didn't start going to church until August of 24.
Yeah, I'm not
But
saying like looking back. Like you know how it is. Like you don't know
Yeah.
what God's plan is for you until you look back
Right.
and say
100%.
that's why.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, that was
I'll say it again. I'm not the best at being like within my faith or whatever, like practicing. Like I've gotten a lot better, but
yeah.
I've always known.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I remember when I came home and told you that, I made sure that I went to work and told everybody I was leaving the prison in 2 years.
Yeah, and I do remember them people like telling you like, nah, he's lying. He's
Yeah.
saying nah, he's not gonna do it.
Yeah,
And
I mean we're like
I remember our friend saying that or something, like telling you, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's gonna do it. Like the people, I'm like, obviously you don't know him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, he's gonna do it. Like I just hope that we're prepared. I really hoped and prayed that your business had kicked off before.
Yeah.
But I mean, you weren't throwing as much time into it as needed, and so it was like a learning curve.
Yeah, that was an interesting summer. That had a lot of God stuff going on. That was when I went to Jeff and
Carly?
Yeah, Jeff and Carly's wedding. That was like the day after I talked to Seth. Like I had just hired Seth, and then we did our first like deep dive thing, and he's like, I know there was stuff going on with your stepmom from the past. Do you want to talk about that? And I was like, no.
Yeah. I mean,
I was like, throw that back under the rug, you know? And then that was like on a Friday, and then the next day was Saturday, and that was the wedding. And we go to the wedding, and then I hadn't seen my stepmom in years since high school.
Well, I was gonna say like right after high school.
Yeah, I think we seen her in the parking lot at Walmart.
Yeah, that was like the first time. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I probably had the same reaction. Like,
no, I remember you were so pissed. Like you just got instantly angry, and like I think that was like we were like kind of early dating or whatever, you know. And then, like I said, you are a calm person. Like you are very. You don't jump off the handle, like, or you go to like, or what I'm used to, 0 to 100, you know.
Yeah.
And so like you did that day, and you're just like, you're like, I'm just gonna kill her, blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, let's not go to Walmart. Let's go. Like,
yeah.
And we left. I remember that.
Yeah.
But then at the wedding, it was way different. It was I remember you like we were just the wedding itself was just starting.
Yeah.
And we were standing up, and you saw her and everything, and you were like, I think you grabbed my hand or something, and it was hot, man. I was pregnant, and I was like, what in the heck, dude? Like, I was like, I just need some water, and I was just so glad that they had done a quick ceremony.
Yeah.
And you were like, that was my stepmom. And I was like, oh, really? Where? Like, you know, I don't remember what she looks like or anything. And they're like, they asked everybody. They're like, pick up your chairs, take them to the table. And you're like, here, I'll take you chairs. But then I got to go to the car. I'm like, okay, I really don't know anybody here. it's hot, whatever, I guess. And so I just sat there and like was on my phone for a minute, and then you went and talked to whatever Seth in the car. And then for like, I don't know, it felt like forever, but it was like 10, 15 minutes. It only felt like forever because I'm not a people person, you know?
Yeah.
And then you came and sat down, and you're like, yeah, there she is. And I don't remember if it was the fact that we sat at a table that was like had a kitty corner. Like you did it on purpose. I can't remember that or what, but it worked out that way. And you're like, yeah, that's my stepmom and everything. And I was like, okay, what do I need to do? Like, what am I supposed to do in this moment? Like I'm just sitting here like, hey, I'm pregnant. I'm hormonal. Like, I can go over and just, rip her a new one. I don't care. Like, but you're like, oh, no, Seth said just be the bigger person. It's not about me. So let's just sit here and just celebrate, Carly and, gosh, his name just
Jeff.
Jeff, yeah. And everything. And then so we ate. And then after we ate, you're like, oh, I'm going to go up to them. Or no, she went up to them first, right? Or is she there?
No, I went up to him and I just asked, like, I was talking to Jeff and I just asked him, like, hey, man, how do you know that chick over there? He's like, I don't know who she is. I don't know. And then he had leaned over to Carly and asked, and Carly had said that she was one of her clients for hair for like the last few years. And I guess they had met because their kids played on the same team as her daughter or her son. And he was like, they were co-coaches together or something on like a T-ball team or something. And then she ended up doing her hair for a few years.
Yeah. Yeah. But then you sat down, right?
Yeah.
And then she went back up.
Yeah.
Or she went up. And then you're like, hey, watch this. Because you love to make shit awkward.
Yeah.
You freaking live for it, man. Like I always, man. Anybody will say that to you. Like, just like I tell everybody, either you love Matt or you hate him. That's how it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And because you like to awkward situations, you like to put people on their toes. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like sitting there thinking, it's not going to go nice. Like, I don't know. And you went up there. And I just stayed at the table because I'm not going. No. Nope. And then, you went up there and you hugged Carly. And I was talking to Jeff and everything, and at the same time as she, but I don't think she said anything to you. She didn't say anything to you at that time, and then I remember having to go to the bathroom. And I was like, hey, and the bathroom was like across the way. I was like, hey, I gotta go to the bathroom, and you're like, you want me to walk with you? And I was like, yeah, sure. Or maybe you had to go too. I don't know. And so like I went in there and everything, and then came back out, and I guess she had said something to you, or she drove by or something. Like
she had left, yeah.
She's just left, or yeah. But she said something to you.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
She's like, hey, Matt, I thought that was you. And I was like, okay. And then she's like, hope you're doing good or something. And then left. And I was just like, said like 2 or 3 words, nothing harsh or anything. It was just like, hi, whatever. Like, yeah, it's me. And then it was very short and brief, and she left. That was it.
Oh, but you did tell Jeff and Carly. That you said, yeah, you don't remember my stepmom. That's her.
Yeah, because I had talked to Jeff just a little bit, like we had talked about child abuse or something, and I was like, yeah, I went through some crazy stuff with my stepmom and growing up. Just kind of told him about it because he was working like some cases for a PMP or something, and so we just were talking about that. But I mean, that whole thing was just like a God thing because my dad and I back in 2020 went in the middle of the mountains to go elk hunting, and 3 hours away from here, and went to a dead end just to go glass and run into this dude that's in some jogging shorts, like thigh high, just whatever, and was gonna go climb the mountain, and just happened to find out that he was also in in the IDOC area for PNP, and that. So we started hashing it out and talking, and got each other's phone numbers, and
our sons, their birthdays are like a month apart or whatever.
A week apart.
A week apart, yeah.
Yeah, a week apart. There's like only a week old differently. Yeah, and then so we had become friends over the next few years. So I mean, like, how many things had to line up
Oh, yeah. Well, obviously with Jeff, it's definitely think he is a people person.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling them, though. And I'm pretty sure she probably, like, put 2 and 2 together, and that's why she left so fast. Because she was late getting there.
Yeah.
And then just left early, which is
Yeah.
kind of
Right.
unusual. But, like, I didn't know what had happened. And when I went to the bathroom,
Yeah.
and I was like, should we have, like, should you have introduced me? What, like
Yeah.
you know, like, show, yeah, you know, I'm doing better. Like, I got 4 kids. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So it was kind of weird. It was a very weird thing. I do know that, like, yeah, you stayed very calm, and I think that the fact that it was a wedding setting, and you didn't want to ruin anything for Carly and Jeff made it really good. Because then you're like, maybe we should just jump in the car and follow her and run her off the road. Like, I remember you saying that, and you're like, can't do that. You're pregnant. You don't want to endanger the kid, like, you know, and everything.
I'm quick to going to the dark area.
Yeah.
I live in the darkness, and that's like something that people don't really understand. But like,
well, I mean, I was all for it too. That's the thing, and I'm like, yeah, let's. And then you brought up the baby, and I was like, sure, yeah, never mind. Like, that's true.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that was a good growth part, because then that's also, like, actually with Seth, you know, the fact that he did give you kind of the encouragement to speak about your past.
Yeah.
To talk about it more, you know? And so I think it was a good.
It's really what started this podcast, was just because I thought I was going to die with that whole story and that nobody was ever going to find out. And I was like, I bet you there's a bunch of people out there that have stories that they've never told or had an opportunity to tell. And even if, like, obviously this isn't a huge platform yet, but even if it's just their family or their kids, they get a chance to see a story of their parents, and they deserve that. So,
well, and that's what I say too, is like what I said before. It was like, I am proud of you for doing it, because honestly, you built it. Literally. And the fact that it is just to help people. It's not, we don't make money off of it. Like,
yeah.
We
it costs
wish.
us like $500 a month.
We wish, you know, but the fact that people who are scared or just don't have a chance can just go in it like a comfortable, I mean, these chairs need work, but like a nice space to talk to or talk about, like.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's crazy just that, like, even that moment wasn't like a moment that I was like, okay, God's orchestrating this. I mean, like, it made me start thinking, but like,
oh no, yeah. Well, it's like you said, we weren't going to church then. Like, honestly, like,
yeah,
we weren't active.
yeah. It was definitely one of those moments that I, like, it just stuck. It was like I think of like that movie Inside Out. I was like, that's a core memory.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like what you said in Re-engage, like when you said you went from not believing in a God to being like, what was it, like not believing in a God to saying God did this or whatever. Like,
why I stopped believing in God when I was like 10 years old, because I was going through all that.
No, when you had brought it up, you said, I went from there was too many coincidences.
Oh yeah.
To be like, I went from there's no God to
there's too many coincidences. I need to look into something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think faith has really helped me re-look at my whole childhood and all the abuse that I had to go through, from like hating this woman to being grateful that I went through all that, because it made me have a higher chaos level that I can manage. It made it so I don't ever want to abuse my children, because I don't want them to have to go through what I went through. Maybe so that I will never, I mean, it sounded bad for a while, but I was like, I'll never divorce you, because I don't want my kids to have a step parent. So I was like, I'll make this work even if I'm miserable. And that was terrible to say, but like, I didn't want divorce at all. And, but we were always really good about working our stuff out.
Well, and
that was because
there was there was a point where you didn't even believe in marriage, and so then that is like what took us so long. Like, we were
engaged for 4 years before we got married.
Yeah, I had 2 kids. Like,
Yeah.
definitely not what the Bible says. Like,
yeah,
but not traditional or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that it's not just I think it's everybody's childhood is what shapes them. It's
Well,
the
it's whatever way
fact.
you look at it.
It's
'Cause
the way. Yeah, that's what I say.
yeah,
Is it does depend on how you look at it and if you grow from it, or if you are stuck in that period where you're just repeating the cycles that you went through as kids. Like that's literally the option. And I think the biggest thing that does make that difference is finding Jesus and your faith. Because I mean, you can get comfortable with life, and that's how it just repeats. When you get to the point where you're uncomfortable with what you're doing, it's because it's mainly faith in your conscience, God talking to you and bringing that back and saying, you know what, you need to do better.
mm-hmm.
And so,
Yeah, yeah. It's it's definitely not been an easy walk, right? Like just whole life, but everything always does make sense when you look at it in reverse. It's just really hard sometimes while you're in it, and it might take years before you understand why you're going through it when you're going through it. But like God orchestrated everything in our life. I think about like even just working in a prison, like God made me so much more security mindset and got me to see other people's mistakes to get me to stop drinking. And now I have an autistic son, so I'm very security mindset. I was able to, um, kind of learn more of like the fight or flight skills of like when shit hits a fan. Like you see some people just freeze in moments of chaos where like if we have to run into a street.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and I think it's also toughened your exterior, just because, I mean, like I say, people are going to come after. People will be judgy.
Yeah.
And so
Oh,
then,
for
like,
sure. Yeah. Just
yeah,
yeah.
and so like you kind of give that you don't give a fuck kind of thing, and so
Yeah.
you gotta get to you have to get to that point when you're like I honestly just messaged like in one of those autism groups, like this mom was just sitting there saying that she was embarrassed. She just found out her son's autistic, and she was taking her other son. So her autistic son was like 4, and her neurotypical son started school, and he's 6. And so she was taking him to school for his first day, and the autistic kid was having a meltdown. Like, can't predict those. And she was embarrassed because there were people around her. Judging.
Yeah.
And so you have to realize that there are going to be people that are judging you being autistic parent or special needs parent or freaking even neurotypical kids, just being a parent in general. You have to have that exterior, because people are going to sit there and judge you. They're not going to understand what goes through. We don't understand half the time. Half the time it's a surprise.
Yeah.
Like, wow, you can say a full sentence today. Like, do you want to go to Target? Yeah, let's go to Target. You said it like completely. Yeah. Like, but like you sit there and you think about those people that are embarrassed in the situations, and I feel like you have to have that exterior of that, or like I tell the girls all the time, the mindset of people can judge you all they want. The one who has and the most important judgment is Jesus. That's all that matters. Only God can judge you, or only matters. Like, sure, like people don't understand. Like, yeah, your kid's 6 years old sitting in a cart on a phone, like blaring the volume on a phone in a car in a store or something.
Yeah.
But you have to get shit done. Like, you kind of have to figure it out somehow. Like, you're gonna walk through. He'll stand up and point that he wants something, and he only has so many words. Like, so if he's sitting there screaming chips in the middle of the store, like, it comes to the point where you're like, you ignore people, or you give them dirty ass looks back.
Yeah.
Or like, they're not living your life. And I feel like a lot of people don't have the exterior. Like, honestly, I don't. but I got little bulldogs that do.
Yeah. What's an evolution the whole time? Like that MTV Cribs reel that we did, people were all amazed, like, oh my gosh, this is elite. Like, yeah, but that was over 4 years of failure of figuring
It's
out.
not like failure. It wasn't failure. It was why it's. He doesn't tell you. He doesn't speak. Like, yes, sure, he'll say yes, no to kind of say exactly what he wants for certain things, but you can't know exactly how he's feeling. You can't know that he's like, yeah, you put that lock on, I got that in 2 seconds, man.
Yeah.
Like, most parents or most adults have trouble with some of those child locks.
Yeah.
And so it's just, they're smart.
Yeah.
Wyatt is smart. Like, it blows my mind.
Things outside the box for sure.
Honestly, we sit there and it was a little joke from us saying that maybe he's like so smart that he is just being like, hey, I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to deal with people. So, like,
yeah.
I mean, smart in my book. Like, sure.
Yeah.
But, like,
yeah, like
it's being adaptive. That's for sure.
Yeah, adapt. And I mean, it's been another thing, like, having an autism kid's been such an ultimate humbler in life.
Oh, yeah.
Like, our other kids can tell us if they're sick. We have to be so cognizant of, like, every emotion that he has. We have to figure out, like, if he's breathing differently, like,
if he's hurt.
Yeah, like, and if he is not feeling good, like, where, you know, when he pukes in his bed and we don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't
and
say,
we don't find out until it's that night when we go to put him to bed or something, because he meets us at his door when we get him out and stuff. So, like, there's things that we just have to be so aware of, and that's why I'm so bullish now on, like, the whole fitness for special needs parents, because you have to be ready for anything.
Yeah.
It's not even like an option. And I if you're a parent anyway, you definitely should be in shape. But if you're a special needs parent, there's no option.
Well, and the thing that I sit there and I think about too, it's a lot of parents want to be in shape for them to play with, and like to play with their kids, you know, like normal things. Like, yeah, I want to go run around the like soccer field with them, go swimming, whatever. And so then, like, you bring up, like, yes, special needs, definitely you have to be in shape for, because there are people that have to carry their kids, like pick them up, take them, like, that are in strollers or not strollers, but wheelchairs.
Wheelchairs, yeah.
And everything that they can't walk. And so they have to be strong enough to do that. But then there's also, like Wyatt. He is full of energy. He is always running nonstop. And so when it comes down, it's not just being healthy to be there for them. It's being healthy to also be engaging with them. Like, it's sitting there playing, freaking jumping on the trampoline, jumping on a crash pad with them, because it's getting involved with them and making them feel loved.
Like learning how to stim with them too.
Yes.
Like having that kind of, letting that energy out like that.
Yeah. Just helping him be energized, and you have to have that energy to do
Giving
that.
him an outlet.
And yeah, and honestly, like, that's when we get the most smiles from the kid. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, he's a really sweet kid. We got so lucky with him. He's not one that hits, not the one that kicks or anything, like, on purpose. No, like, every once in a while, you know, and it does happen, but it's not something that we have to completely worry about. But you sit there and autistic kids usually kind of zone out or kind of ignore people, you know? And so then when you do get the smile,
yeah,
or laugh,
you get gratitude for the little things.
Yeah. Or, like, he loves to dance.
Yeah.
Like, he wants you to dance with him. Like,
yeah.
It's just like any other kid.
You can hike Table Rock without any shoes on the whole way up and whole way down.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, like, it's not just geared to being healthy for that. Like, not just healthy. Like, of course, yes, you have to be healthy. You have to be able to move.
Yeah.
But it's not just because they need you to do it. It's because they want you to do it.
Yeah, and the bigger side of that whole thing, I was just shocked at, like, I was just trying to get some engagement on my reel the other day and just happened to put something up there about, you know, a lot of parents say that they'd be healthy for their kids or whatever, but would you get, or you want to, what'd I say? It was like, it was like the biggest fear for autism parents isn't that we're gonna die; it's that we're gonna die before our kid.
Yeah.
And what's gonna?
It's a big thing because like we've had that talk. Like
That's our biggest. That's our biggest argument we've ever had before we had an autistic kid.
Yeah.
It was like, who's gonna take care of our 2 girls? And then we had an autistic kid, and we're like, nobody can take care of our kids. Like we
Yeah.
don't trust any of our family. Not that we don't love them, but like
they're
on
just
the
not.
level that he needs, like there's nobody that can come close to what you and I can give him. That we know, that we
Well,
trust.
Honestly, the only thing, like I say all the time, is his sisters.
Yeah, but that's because they've been with him just as much as we have, if not more. Well,
Yes, and they are the sweetest kids. Honestly, I don't know what we would do without them because,
it's all God.
well, yes, but they're always so helpful. It's like so our village has gotten so small. Like, honestly, like you sit here and you think about our friends that we had in the past or anything, especially when we stopped drinking. Like, you stopped
Yeah.
getting friends or getting invitations to hang out, anything like that,
Yep.
because they are still wanting to drink and everything. And then you add an autistic kid who wants to get into everything that they're like, oh yeah, bring him. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Our house is
okay.
child proofed.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not Wyatt proofed.
Yeah, and so like I feel like our village has dwindled a lot. That help. I mean, of course, obviously, we can still reach out to like certain people.
Yeah.
Like our moms or dads
To a
or
point.
yes, to a point because they are getting older. Like, honestly, they're getting older.
My mom
they
can't
move.
run that
They
fast that Wyatt can.
My
Your mom
can't.
can't run.
Yeah, and so our
Not
village.
because they're just like your mom's handicapped in her foot, like so many surgeries. My mom's just not gonna be able to keep up for him as long as his endurance is, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying though, like our village is our girls.
Yeah, your vetting process now is like, let's see your 40 yard dash time. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's unfortunate, but like we have to judge who's capable of watching our kids by their physical fitness.
Well, yeah, that
At least Wyatt. Like the other ones aren't as bad.
and understanding that why it's so different that
You can't punish him the same.
we let him do stuff that you wouldn't let another kid do. Like we
Right.
let him jump on the couch. We let him freaking
Walk on the back of the couch and
walk on the back of the couch. Like,
if he gets on the table or the counters, we just get him down. We don't yell at him. Or
yeah, and our girls understand that. They are around him a lot, and they know that
if he opens up the back door and just runs out to get on the trampoline, you just got to let him get it out for a little bit.
yeah. And so like I don't know. A lot of the times I do say like it's bad. I don't know if it's bad for us to say or not, but I trust my 10 and 11-year-old more than an adult
Yeah, for sure.
with Wyatt.
Yeah.
Just because they are more understanding,
Yeah.
honestly. Because people who are adults that did live in a day where spankings happened or like very strict kids go to your room, you're like not seen, like, you know, that like you don't go to watch TV in the living room. Like,
Yeah.
you're a room kid, like, you know.
You're right.
And there are people that like were stuck in that time, and so now it's different, like, and so
Or even like food and what you give your kids to eat and stuff.
oh yeah, or like making Tupper dinners,
Yeah.
like,
Even for Wyatt, we don't make him separate dinners. He doesn't end up eating what we usually give him to eat, and then we'll end up like, but we make him try this one first, not just like this is your first option. It was like mac and cheese or something, you know. Like we'll still give him this option, have him like experiment, even if he just like puts it in his mouth, like that's a win, and
Yeah.
then spits it out, like that's fine.
yeah,
like,
but like almost 100% of the time it does happen where he just has a separate meal than us.
right.
And so then like, but people who like, honestly, my childhood was not like that.
Yeah.
You got this food, if you don't eat it, you don't eat it.
Yeah.
And so like you sit there and you think about our parents or whatever, because they did their best with their time
Yeah.
of what they thought was best, and so things just change. You have to adapt. And when it comes to not knowing how to discipline an autistic kid and not knowing that we say, oh, it's fine, it is really great for us to have our girls who have the backbone.
Yeah.
To say, no, he can do that. Like, leave him alone, grandma. Like,
Yeah.
like, he does that all the time.
Yeah.
He's fine. Like, or you even got the kids or like actual other kids like who sit there and you judge, and you got Halen to say that that's my brother. Don't say that about him. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Like you sit there and you worry about like the glass kid effect or whatever. And I mean, it's a big thing to worry about.
Glass roof or whatever it is.
Yeah. That the kids are not seen, like the older ones or even the younger ones. But what? But I think that the fact that we are worried about that, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like it makes us aware to make sure to check in with them.
Yeah.
And talk to them and have them come to us if they're feeling left out.
That's one thing I'm really proud of our girls, that they I mean, we've raised them that way too. Like, please let us know if there's anything that if we hurt you, if we say something that's, that hurt your feelings, like, we don't always mean to. It's not like we ever mean to just do it, but like, just because we're the adults doesn't mean that I don't want to hear your opinion or, that we're wrong. We make mistakes too. And that, they, at least it looks like a win in my book that they feel comfortable enough with us to come and tell us that we hurt their feelings rather than just being scared.
Yeah, me too. And I feel like that too, really big about it. I do feel like that we do such a good job about having them have their own voice. And it's not just to us. Like, I don't care. Like, I'll have a throwdown with a mom if my daughter says something to them that she sticks to and she believes and that she knows is like something's wrong, and she counteracts with them and tells them no. Like, I'm not going to do something that you want me to do that I'm not comfortable with.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's a big thing, is like, and letting them know that their feelings matter. Because growing up, like, a lot of times, like, parents don't take that into account, like the older days. Like, I mean, I'm not bashing my parents. My parents are good parents, It's just the fact of evolving, like, making us realize that, did we sit down and have nice emotional talks with our parents that could have made our mental health better? Were we able to have opportunities? And so it makes us question how we want to be as parents and make sure that they have a safe zone. Like, I tell the girls all the time, I'm like, if you're not comfortable talking to me, but you're comfortable talking to my cousin or another adult grandma or even my next door neighbor, because she's an amazing lady, and then do it. As long as you have somebody safe that you can talk to, that's all that matters. Because the world is crazy. And it's just going to get crazy and crazier for a little bit,
Yeah.
Especially as they grow older.
Yeah. That's true. All right, we're back from the pee break. Sorry, this was like 3.5 hours long. This is the longest podcast I've ever had, but if it's going to be the longest one, I want to set the record with my wife. So,
yeah. It's your favorite one, too.
Yeah, my favorite one, too. Sorry, everybody else.
Not sorry.
Yeah, I just want to talk about, like, I'm a big proponent. I'm a big, like, believer that.
I gotta get the tissues ready if we're gonna start talking about church and stuff. Okay.
I'm just a big believer that, like, for anybody can get their life together, they can have their faith and fitness, because faith is gonna make
faith, fitness, and family, though. Isn't that one?
Well, I think if you have your faith, you're gonna have family as a priority in there.
Oh,
but,
yeah. Oh, I didn't know. I thought usually you had 3. That's why I wasn't sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, you could do like faith, family, fitness, and finances. But But I think if you have your faith, that the Bible covers pretty much every aspect of life.
It does.
And then your fitness. I mean, your fitness is even covered in the Bible too. But and I'm no Bible major or anything, just from surrounding myself with other people that are very well more versed and just kind of my my mentors, I guess you'd say, for just different life things. We always turn to the Bible for the answers. I'll come to them and then we'll turn to the Bible because the Bible has all the answers. So but like I went through my fitness journey in 2023, lost 40 pounds, felt great, and like it still just didn't feel like there was fulfillment in my life. Like there was still something missing, you know?
Yeah.
And then, you know, it was another God thing. I got put on that north-south run for the bus, and Jeremy, the guy that I was posted with, like, is really well in the Bible. And whenever we would have just like long conversations and talks, and you know, we'd get some Bible talk in there, and you know, I'd have some questions, and he talked about just God in a great way, and really helped me out, just really understand where I was at, because we were going to church by that point in 2024, or was it 24? No, we weren't going to church yet.
We talked about it. We talked about it. We were like, hey,
that was a hard one because
I said something about, hey, I think we need to go to church, and then we're like, you said something about church. I said we're not going to Mormon church.
Yeah. That was the only thing that I knew, because I think I might have mentioned that something about Mormon, and you said you didn't want Mormon.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to sit in church for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like, because when I was a kid, I did go to a Christian church, and just for a little bit, but all my life, I've always said I was a Christian. Like,
yeah.
Not practiced or active, whatever it's called, but yeah, because people give me crap for that all the time when I would tell them. Like I'm a Christian, but
I mean, like just because I grew up Mormon doesn't mean that I didn't look into other religions. Like I worked with some Muslims and stuff, like from Bosnia, and so I kind of looked into that. I looked into Mormonism, whatever they want to call it. I don't know if it's hard to say it. Whatever they want to call it. Mormon. I'll say Mormon until they tell me I'm wrong.
My bad if I said
whatever. But then everything always kept coming back to Christianity, like the people I would talk to, and just what I felt like was really pulling me in my heart. And then doing I think I had some people on the podcast too that you know, just kind of helped that like secure. But yeah, I mean, the thing that ultimately got us was with the autism, and then finding out that Rock Harbor had a child care for autistic kids that was not going to be able, like a regular one, because we knew that Wyatt, if he went to like a regular one, he'd be way different than any of the other kids. And it was just kind of like, at that point we knew he was a runner, like an eloper. So it was,
because when you first started bringing up the church, that's what we said, like automatically, we don't know what we're going to do with Wyatt then. Like it would have to be a fact of watching it, or one of us taking turns, you know, kind of thing. And then Val, our other next door neighbor, said that she goes to Rock Harbor and they have a great kids program.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, well, that doesn't mean much. Like, that doesn't mean much. And so then I think you and the girls decided to try church one weekend. With Val. You guys went together. And then you came home and you said, yep, that's our church.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what about Wyatt? And you're like, oh, I looked. And I talked to a gal. You talked to Marissa. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Marissa. Talked to Marissa that day and kind of just explained stuff about Wyatt. And she was God sent. She still is to this day. Like, it did completely change our whole like, the buddy program there is amazing. We literally thank God for every day, not just us. It's Wyatt too. He makes sure to thank thank God for church.
Church.
Target, and Opal. But yeah, she's a godsend woman. She definitely one that inspires me. She has her own child with Down syndrome. So it's not like somebody who doesn't know how it is. And she just runs that program with her whole heart. And I actually I get to be lucky enough to have Wyatt in that program so that we have our time for the sermon and our own little time together.
To worship.
I mean, it's a little different now because we have Renell too, but just our own time to be with the Lord. And then I also get to go help parents. Jeez. I told you I was going to cry at this part. Help other parents like have that time. And it could, because it is so important. Like you can't build a relationship with somebody or with not somebody, with God without having time. You know, you have to make time, and it's hard when you're a special needs kid who needs your attention 24/7 because you're worried they're putting something in their mouth or that they're not supposed to, or that they're climbing on a counter and jumping down, cutting their head open like we've gone through. And so then you just meet these kids, and well, I do, like when I'm in the program, and they're just so special. Each one has difficulties, yes, but each one will sit there no matter what. You having a hard day or anything, somehow, some way, you will have a smile on your face by them doing something funny that they didn't realize they were doing, or them just laughing because you did something funny for them, or like last week I had a kid he's older, and I was with another high school kid. And that's the other thing too, is like this program that you sit there and you look at the generation that we're like the new generation of high school kids that are like either coming into faith or like just being amazing kids, taking their time as teenagers. Like, honestly, we weren't going to do that like at teenagers, taking their time to be with these kids and just loving them as much as anybody else does. And like I was saying though, like the kid that I was with last week, he was chill compared to Wyatt. Like we sat there and we just played games and everything. But his mom was so worried because I mean, from my experience too, like you worry, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how your kid's going to be that day. You don't know if it's going to be meltdowns or not. But I sat there with that kid and the high school kid, and I said, it feels like a vacation. I'm not running around. Like we're just chilling on the floor. Like, and so, because it's funny to say that for last week, it was me just sitting on the floor for them. But then the gal who was with Wyatt completely said the opposite.
Yeah.
She literally said, I think Wyatt was trying to kill me because he was just running around, going into other rooms and wanting to be picked up. And the kid's not small.
He's like 55 pounds.
Yeah, he's 55 pounds, 4 feet tall, 6 years old.
And you're 4'11".
Yes.
Yeah.
And he is sweet. And he's smart. So he'll love on you to get his way. And so...
while filling you up to get your phone.
Yes. So he knows, but it is such a great thing to have that program and to be a part of it on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been cool to watch you go a couple times a month. And like I was just telling the people on our hike this morning just how just inspiring. Just to watch your walk in faith grow, like, since we've started, and like, just you probably pray like 4 or 5 times a night, between like praying with Wyatt, praying as a family, praying with Halen. I walk in on you praying by yourself on your knees, and then sometimes, when we pray together, that's like 5 times within an hour that you're praying, and it's like multiple times a day that I see you, like, just talking to God, and our
Well,
daughters are watching, like, when Renelle didn't.
oh no, I feel like the people might come at me again. I don't know, but I feel like praying, at least in my opinion, is more. I mean, it's not more important, but I kind of let it be higher than even reading the Bible, in my perspective, because it is building a relationship, and it's you go through things just in life that, yeah, I have you, or I have the kids, or I have friends that I could talk to, but it doesn't do anything. But if you sit there and you pray, you automatically, I don't know, you probably have felt it, but like when you pray hard and you mean it, you just feel this peace. Or there are, like, seriously, there's times when, like, sure, my alarm will go off and I pray first thing in the morning. Just gotta say it. You're thankful to be awake.
Mm-hmm.
I pray and it'll be like 6:30 when I start. And then it'll be like 6:50. Like, there are times where I just want to sit there and just talk. Just talk to God, and I feel like that's so important to do that. Because who else knows you?
Yeah.
Who else understands anything? Who else understands your heart? Like you might, like, think that you understand, like, completely my heart, but like, you didn't create me.
Right.
Like, and so I feel like it's something that you have to sit there and praying is just important. It's not, when it comes down to it, it's not just important just to for the relationship, or it's important for your mental, because like we talk about all the time, like, it might be a little joke or anything, but Halen is the one that has the most faith.
Mm-hmm.
But there for a while, she was having anxiety and worry and stress, and she's 10 years old.
Yeah.
What's she got to do? She don't have a job. But it was the devil, the stepping in, Satan getting in there to try to steer her away. And prayer is a block for that. Like, that's what I tell her all the time. Like, dude, I don't care if you're sitting here in the middle of a conversation with me, but you're freaking out in the inside. You just say, I'm going to pray. Or, like, because it is so powerful just to sit there and to cast your emotions onto someone who did die for us. Like, honestly, like, he's dealt with that. He felt your emotions.
Yeah.
And it's just like when I tell the kids, like, if they're fighting or something, or they're upset or whatever, just go sit in the corner and pray. Like, I don't know. It
Not as a punishment, but
it's not as a punishment. It's as to help you understand, because you're supposed to be slow to anger. And honestly, like, I didn't grow up that way.
yeah.
I grew up like, you step on that pedal.
Yeah.
Like, you turn around and you just be angry. And
I struggle with that one.
yeah, you just turn around and be angry. But if you're going to sit there and you want to be angry, you need to take a time to just sit there and pray and see why you want to be angry. It's not, is it something silly? Is it something that can be resolved in, give me 5 minutes, like, by myself? And so I think that having that conversation with somebody who, well, with the person that, I don't know if it's whatever, with God, who created you, who understands you the best, is the best possible solution. And it's taken me years to come to that, but it just happened.
Doing a great job.
Yeah. I mean, we were both kind of scared at the beginning. Well, because like it was a fact of Renelle did want to go to church. She was the one pushing us for a minute to find a church.
Mm-hmm.
And then we did start going to Rock Harbor, and then she'd come to us. And Halen was the nice, quiet one, you know. She'd just be like, "Oh yeah, I like church, blah," and everything, and want to pray and tell us to pray. And even when we were consistent on reading the Bible together as family, like, yeah, she sat there and did that. But then she sat there and told her sister, Renelle told Halen that I don't think God's real. And Halen told us, because to her, that's serious, man.
Yeah.
And so she came to us and she told us, and we're like, I don't know what to do. Like, what do we do in that situation? And we sat down and we asked her. We're like, hey, so you don't believe in God? And she said no. And we're like, so do you believe in Jesus? And she said yes. So we're like, okay, she's kind of confused a little bit. And then I remember specifically it was around that time that I had told Marissa that I wanted to be part of the buddy program on the other side, to be there to be a buddy. And she sat me, or I had to meet her. Obviously, You're not going to let somebody be around a kid just, oh, yeah, let's come volunteer. Like, you know, she got to make sure to vet you out. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
But she's like, she's just sat there and she's like, okay, tell me about yourself. Tell me about your family. And I start bawling. And I hate crying in front of people. I freaking want you probably not to put this out because of the tears, you know? But I just start crying. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect to cry for you just to ask me about my family. She's like, oh, it's okay. It happens a lot, actually. And she was the one person outside of you that I told the struggle. I told her, well, honestly, like, I would love to be able to help because you guys do so much for me. With Wyatt. You guys love Wyatt. Nick is fantastic. And we just know he's safe with you. And we appreciate that. And I want to do that for somebody else. And I said, my daughter also told us she doesn't believe in God. And so we think that we need to step up. My husband and I need to step up and serve at church. And she's 10. And she would like to do it. I mean, so she told me, she's like, due to legal reasons, you know, 10-year-olds, you never know what you're going to get with a special child. So we can't have her be there. They told me to stop, you know, letting kids do it. And I was like, I understand that. But she was the one who sat there. Toby, it's okay. Everybody has a different journey. She said, I said, yeah, she's super excited she wants to go to summer camp. They already started talking about it, like, because it was like in January, February time.
Mm-hmm.
Started talking about it. I was like, yeah, she wants to go, but I'm kind of struggling about that because I'm like, I went to church camp when I was younger, and it was a great time for me. But I was like, I just don't understand why she would like to go if she doesn't believe in God. And she told me that's where a lot of kids change. It's stepping away, being with leaders and other kids. A lot of people just come to give their life to Jesus then, you know, surrender their life. And I said, okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. She's like, I suggest letting her do that. And then what? She was baptized before church camp, so but and then she came to us and just was like, I want to get baptized or whatever, because we got baptized the year before, because that was this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to think about, but yeah, because we got baptized in the year before, and Halen, of course, did it with us. She's definitely a soldier. But yeah, and then we asked her. I remember us asking her, like, "Hey, do you want to get baptized in the river like us?" No, I want to be on stage. I'm like, okay, but it was, I don't know, being able to have somebody to have that conversation with did help me, and it made me realize just like, oh, because she definitely said you just pray.
Yeah. It was cool
And
when Halen said
that's all you can do is pray.
It was cool when Halen said that her prayers were answered.
Yeah. I mean, she doesn't remember saying that now, apparently, but still, yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did.
I do. Unless God spoke to you and you don't, or spoke through you to us. You said that, like, because she was just as worried about it as us. And so for not being in a Christian household, like when we were a child, and to becoming a Christian household and seeing how much love our kids have for Jesus and church is just a beautiful thing to see. Even Wyatt, just making sure he shares his memory verses with us that sometimes we're like, whoa, bud, where'd you learn? Like at first, like we didn't know. We're like, but then like, I mean, I learned because I was on the other side of the program, and they do go over the lessons with the kids and have the kids go over the memory verse and everything, and get them as involved as they can, or as, because the biggest thing that, like, when I did start the buddy program, that they told me that stuck with me is you just be whatever the kid needs you to be that day. If the kid is willing to go to the large group, sit there and go through the songs, or through worship, through the lesson, sit there with you and do that, then that's fine. But if they're having a bad day and you need to take them to a room, they have sensory bins. Or they even have that flex room that Wide's in all the time that has everything that you could possibly think of. Yeah. But that's the main thing, is to be there for them and for the parents. Because if you're there and their parents know that you're taking care of them. I mean, we've gotten called a couple times for Skyla, just because of like her crying or something. Yeah. Like, but the things that the buddies go through, unless it's a complete emergency, they are, Marissa, Melissa, anybody there is trained and willing to sit there and put up with it for you, just to get your time in the service. Which, from not being part of the buddy group at the beginning on that side of it, I hadn't understood until, because there are times where, like, Wyatt's having a bad day or something, and we don't know until we pick them up, because they handle it for you. Yeah. Or just like Wyatt wanting to be held the whole time, even though the kid weighs a ton. Like they do it. They don't question it. They just do what needs to be done for them. And so I'm very appreciative of them.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, Wyatt is a big kid, straight muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah. For you, like, what advice would you give other autistic parents out there for fitness? Like, and how has that been more of a priority for you since, I mean, we weren't fitness people.
No, I'm still, you'll probably say it anyway, I'm still not the best at it. I still don't make sure to go to the gym and that, but it does gnaw at me. Like, it's a gnawing feeling of not being strong enough for him because I am 4'11", 100 and freaking 15 pounds. He's catching me quick.
Yeah.
And he wants to be held. And who's going to deny holding your kid?
Yeah.
Like, and so I think that it is so important. And also, like we just talked about this morning, is like not even just for Wyatt, because I am part of like the buddy thing. I think it is so important too, because there are kids that like during service, like I've had them where they just want me to hold them the whole time. So they don't want me just to hold them on the ground. They want me to stand up, dance with them, hold them. And I mean, like I said, I'm a little person.
Yeah.
So, like, you get there and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to do this for you because I got, that's what you need. But then you leave and you're like, oh, man, I need to work out because you have to be strong for them.
Yeah.
And it's not also like the working out aspect is not just to be muscly or strong in that sense, but it is strong to be, or it's in the sense of mental. Like it does help like it's helped you work through so many things that like, and then also being autistic parent or special needs parent where you have that stress load. You have that, oh, okay, well, were they good at school or like, there's like, I feel like at time and time again that I talk to you about White falling behind and then like, oh, he's not eating well. And like all these things that get onto your mind. And then you, like us, we have other kids. And then you have all their stuff on top of your mind. And then it makes you start doubting yourself and makes you start feeling depressed about, am I being a good mom? Am I doing what I need to do? Or being like, oh my gosh, I'm not doing it. Like, and then you sit there and you work out. It helps clear your mind and helps you be more, I guess, organized, I guess you could say, because it helps with stress and your like cortisol levels and all that, all the benefits that you probably know more about than me. Like, but, uh, I, but the fact of the holding somebody though, that's as big as you or bigger, because like we say all the time, we don't know if he's going to live with us forever. Like, and there are parents that already know that their kids are living with them forever. They can't live on their own. When it comes down to it, you are going to be the one that's there for your kid. And so you have to make sure that you have your mental, like, I guess, aspect, I don't know, mentality of it, or whatever, your mental health. No, yeah, your mental health in check as well as physical, and they go hand in hand. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a bodybuilder or freaking athletic in any means, but I feel like it is important. And also on the other side of it is the fact that taking that hour, 30 minutes to an hour, whatever it is to go, or you don't even have to go to the gym, man. Just do stuff at home if you need to, The fact that you take that time, it's your time. It's a time for you to focus on yourself to improve. Like because you have to do that. You have to focus on yourself sometimes to be better for your kids, whether they are neurotypical or special needs.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you got special needs kids, your reason for getting in shape and keeping your fitness in check is more for safety and security and longevity. And what's the other one? Neurotypical, is that what they say? Yeah. And then for like neurotypical kids, it's you're shaping their future of what they're going to be like when they're older and what their habits are and And I mean, even autistic kids, like they might still pick up on those things, you know, because they can only pick up on the things that are
See 'em.
around them and see. Yeah. So um, you're really, either way, I guess you're really shaping their future. And, you know, there's either ways that you can keep your kids active, and active is going to keep their mind moving, and their mind moving is going to keep them healthy, and like all these things that connect. Or you can not have the energy to keep up with them and just give them the tablet all the time. I mean, we still give our kid tablets sometimes, but it's like sparingly, because we'd rather go and get his energy out somewhere else where he'll just crash and go to sleep good and all that, rather than being all wired and everything. But like you gotta be able to fill your cup first before you can really fill into your kids' cup.
Yeah, that's why I said like you have to self-focus. You can't bring. What is it? You can't. What is that saying? It's like you can't bring a drained like mindset or anything, drained energy to somebody who definitely has the cup full.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and so
Yeah, you got to fix yourself before you try and
it's a circle.
you got to make sure you give them the fullest version of yourself.
Yeah.
Right, the best version. You know, I think that's why I prefer to work out first thing in the morning, because then it just resets my stress level. I'm also just, it gets me in a better mood. If I wait till
Oh
the
yeah,
end,
that's the other thing too, is like the mood. Like it does, because you are like most most parents are stressed, and so then you get your mood and you take it out on your kid. But you take a second and you work out or whatever. It helps your levels for sure.
yeah. And I think that like motivation is BS when you're a parent. You're not going to have motivation a lot of days to work out, but you can't also pick and choose when you have motivation. Like if your kid's sick, like you can't just be like, I'm not motivated to be your parent today. You still have to show up regardless, no matter how you feel in that aspect. So why can't we just show up in our own self for our health? Because that's going to be showing up for ourselves, is going to be showing up for our kids in the best way possible.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too that you sit there and you think about is just like, I mean, maybe for like special needs is different, but something that you do throw out a lot is the fact that we only have so many years. And do you want your kids to look back and say our childhood was just filled with screen time? Or like even not even from the kids' point of view, you sit there and we talk about it all the time. We're in a frustrated situation of who knows, freaking meltdown, mess of the house, whatever's going on that day, and you sit there and you say, "Hey, the 85-year-old self would want to be here."
Yeah.
But and so I think that the longevity of it is like a big part, and being present in it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, like
doing your best, because we're all going to fail.
Yeah.
We're all going to fail. We're going to fall short. But knowing that you did and doing something about it is what's going to change. What's going to be the core memory of our kids. You sit there and you yelled at your kid for something that you weren't really mad at them for. You were just frustrated at the situation, but you didn't apologize. They're going to remember that. But if you sit there and you yell at somebody for something that they didn't do, and you realize that you did it out of frustration for something that they have no control over, you sit down and you talk to them and apologize, that's what they're going to remember. And you have to always pull that into it. And being frustrated and stressed and not working out, like I've been there. Like I know I've taken things out on the kids that shouldn't have happened. I know that I've taken things out on you. Like I've snapped. Like I said, I'm still working on my anger, like 0 to 100. I used to be like that all the time. Still working on it, but working out, moving your body, even if you're just taking your kids out for a walk, being in the sunlight or something, or anything, swimming, whatever it is, like that is gonna, combined with your mood, is gonna be core memories that they want, that they're gonna instill in their lives and their kids. And like break generational curses. Like that's what we're trying to do. Like we're trying to do that to create not just our kids' better future, but our grandkids.
Yeah. Yeah. I was crazy the other day when we were talking about the grandkids is
Not being too far away.
Yeah.
Yes. My gosh.
if our oldest daughter happened to find the love of her life at 18, get married at 18, do it all correctly, and then could have a baby at 19 years old, we're only 7 years away from having grandkids.
It is crazy to think about.
And then when you think about, like, the Bible says to not just pass down wealth to your kids, but also to your grandkids, and you're like, oh my gosh, we are so behind.
Yes. That's the thing is like,
But we're also just right where God wants us to. When you realize that, like, everything comes in perfect timing.
well, yeah, good. God, the only ones that are going to change plans is God's plans, man.
We would have never been able to make it where we're at right now if we didn't have faith in our life. Like, going through the seasons we did with the autism, with the this entrepreneurship thing, me leaving the job, like cashing in the pension so that we could keep going, and like you just having faith in me, and then just like the people that have come into our life serendipitously that we like, how did this happen? And it's like, of course it happened. It's God's plan, but like we can't worry about anything. We just got to worry about today and do everything we can.
That's literally what the Bible says.
God takes care of the birds of the air, but he doesn't drop the food in their nests. So you got to still go work for it.
Well, yeah, and like the big thing too is like so I did start reading the Bible like when we found out about Wyatt's diagnosis. And I don't know why. I should just tattoo the verse on my body. I don't know. But like the fact that like as special needs like family, like when you first find out, yeah, you're mad. You're mad. You don't understand, which I mean everybody has that right. Like it's fine. You don't understand. It's not even just special needs. It's like honestly people who have struggle with infertility or like loss and sit there and get mad about things. But get mad at God for it. Because, I mean, honestly, you think about it, God's the easiest person to blame. He's the easiest person to thank, also the easiest person to blame. And a lot of people do that. And so when we were going through that with Wyatt, I did start reading the Bible. I remember you're like, you're starting the Bible from page 1? I'm like, yeah, I've never read the Bible. Like, I want to. Like, maybe it was God telling me I need to. But I did come over that, and also, it was probably about the same time that we started watching The Chosen.
Mm.
We got into that one really good. And, but the verse that stuck out, like, or, what is it?
Ecclesiastes?
No. Starts with an E, though. Was
Ezekiel?
the one? Ezekiel, yeah. It's one in that one where Jesus goes up to, or they go up to Jesus and they ask him about a blind person or cripple. I can't remember exactly, but they ask him why, who sinned? Was it him or his parents?
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus told him, neither. He is that way because it is to show what God can do, God's glory.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always come back to that. If I'm having a frustrated day with Wyatt, like, I mean, honestly, we got pretty lucky with him. So, but like, if it comes down to it, you just say it's because God's showing you what he can do through this little boy. Because he's amazing. He amazes me every day. And things that people don't think about a lot is the fact that he is autistic. And so things are 10 times harder for him to get done. But if he, like, I mean, honestly, like, how long has he been potty trained? He's not even fully potty trained. But you sit there and people sit there and judge you because he is 6. And their kids was potty trained before that or whatever. But they don't realize or sit there and think about the fact that it's harder for him. It's harder for him to realize what's going on with his body. And so when he does go to the bathroom or whatever, or say a full sentence that day, it just excites you and it shows you that God is with him and is helping him in everyday life. And he's just showing you his power through him.
I love that.
Don't say that. That's weird. Okay. I don't think I said it right or anything. I should have probably looked up the verse, but
I think you said it perfectly. May not be word for word, but you said it the way that's in your heart. People get it. Well, I'm gonna have to do a part 2. It's already like 4 hours, but you set the record.
set the record.
I think that there's a lot of value that sharing your story and helping others and people not feeling alone. When we did the MTV Cribs video, a lot of people said like that they loved the video because they thought they were the only ones that were having to lock up their house that much. Or
Well, honestly,
Yeah.
it makes sense that people feel like that because, like, going back to what I said before, the fact that when you have a kid, or not even before you have a kid, you have a village that says that they're going to be there for you. Then even you have a first kid who might not have any disabilities or anything, your village still starts to go smaller because there are people around you that don't have kids, don't understand. And then you get to that point where you have a special needs person, but special needs kid, and it dwindles even more because you have to be in that position where you pick and choose where you take your kid because they are not comfortable in situations that other people are in. And people don't understand that. They might feel hurt at the fact that we had to deny a birthday party, whatever. Oh, can't go. Sorry. Wyatt's not in a good mood today.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they cut you off.
Yeah.
Because they expect you to be there. But so your village starts to getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so then people like us, or like autistic, like families, just special needs families, it's it. 5 people, like, or 6 people, total in our family. And then that's how we have to deal with it. Like, and so then people do feel isolated and feel like they are alone because it's hard to make friends. Even special need friends, like families, because like I say, I go to Opal and sit there and have a conversation with a mom, and midway in the conversation, I gotta leave.
Yeah.
Like, I just walk out. At least with her, she understands. But there are parents that are like, hey, that was freaking rude. Like, what is wrong with you? Like,
Right.
Like, there's, they just don't understand. And that's the thing. Or like maybe your kid, like, honestly, I picked up Wyatt on Thursday and they had told me that he had a rough time because of his peers, because he does not like loud noises.
Mm-hmm.
And there are kids in there that just scream. They are nonverbal. They can't, or they're having a bad day. So he'll sit there and cover his ears and they'll take him away to where he needs to be. And so she's like telling me this, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, see, I can't always be friends, even with the special needs parents, or make play dates, because our kids aren't going to play together. Like, let's be honest. Like,
right.
And so I feel like that does put a wrench into things of having friendships outside of our family and our little village that we do have.
Yeah. Yeah, I think God's definitely put it on my heart lately to switch more towards the special needs community because it is so lonely, and especially like I don't know. Like I think the fathers too. Like it's hard for them too because they, the men are a little bit more closed off to like share their struggles too and like even if I were to go tell some of my homeboys like what I'm going through, like they might try and listen, but I don't know if they'll understand.
Well, I mean, I feel like that for like everybody because like you sit there and you tell a story of like, oh yeah, like we'll be chill. We're just telling a story, normal story, and be like, yeah, White just banged his head on the window, freaking cracked the window. They're like, what?
Yeah, like
No, he didn't. Like that, you're just lying. Like, yeah, he did. Or grabbing a knife, running. Like,
yeah, I said that on that MTV Cribs video. I was like, yeah, because my son just grabbed a butcher knife, went over the gate, and then somebody in the comments like, yeah, that's autistic parents for you right there. They just say it so nonchalantly, like it's just a normal thing. Like, yeah, he just climbs a fence with a butcher knife in his hand. It's like,
our life is definitely full of surprises.
but nothing surprises us anymore.
Yeah. It's that perfect saying. Like, yeah, sure, we got a surprise, but now we got to just figure out how to take care of it. It's not a surprise. It's Wyatt. Like, it's predictable. I mean, unpredictable, but
I think it's too our mindset around the whole thing is like we don't play the victim role. We're like, oh, it must be so hard. It's like, well, it's our norm. It's our life. Like
it's hard, but we got to deal with it.
It's the hand that God gave us. Like God, I like the metaphor of someone's is like, God treats life like a gym, and He won't give you more weight on your shoulders that He knows that you can't handle.
That's what. Yeah, God won't give you anything you can't handle.
Yeah.
He
gives the most weight to his strongest people or whatever, right? It's like a gym, but He's not going to give you more than you can handle. So.
But yeah, honestly, it's just anybody's life. Like anybody's life, like you have to. Anybody who is in a difficult situation has to adapt to that situation, and ours just happens to center around Wyatt. Like it just happens to be. We have to be watchful of all that he does. We have to be cued in on his cues.
Yeah.
And like it's our life. That's it.
Yeah.
Like.
It's a beautiful chaos.
All we want is him to be safe.
Yeah.
And so we will do anything to do that. And a lot of people, it sounds crazy that we have locks on our windows. Or...
Yeah, like what happens if there's a fire? I'm like, there's an immediate threat that if we don't put locks on, he will run into the road and that will, end up tragically right away. Or we have to have one-off situations of a fire, which we can have contingency plans for and break a window or something. But the immediate threat is he will run out the front door if we don't have all these locks on.
That or even jump in the fence.
Yeah.
Like jump in the fence, go into the neighbor's house who is freaking amazing.
They're amazing, yeah. Not it's amazing. He goes over the fence.
No, yeah. I mean, honestly, that's amazing too. He's 6 years old and already jumping fence. It took me till teenage years to do that. But yeah, and the fact of them always making sure that they do keep an eye out on him and
keep him safe.
It's
all God.
Yeah, all the people that we have in our life, we know that they are there to keep an eye on for sure. Like at Opal or church or neighbors, like.
Yeah, even me working in the prison so that I could have Miller as my sergeant, and then Carrie was able to help us get onto the Katie Beckett program.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's, because a lot of that's so confusing for a lot of parents.
Yeah.
It's just all the information that you get thrown at you, like first link, like, yep, he's autistic. Here you go. Here, fill this out. Like, you need to do this. You need that. And nobody really takes the time and sits there and like, oh, yeah, this is why.
Yeah.
Or anything. But then, having her be there. It's honestly it's just God putting people in our life. Even for the seasons, like you sit there and you think about it, like there are people that did love Wyatt or and we just drifted apart or stuff like that, like, or our girls or anything that did make a difference somehow, some way.
Yeah.
A lesson learned.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think that's I think we've got a good shift in our life right now and where we need to go and pivot towards just helping out other families and communities and building stronger, build stronger to live longer. I mean, that's the end goal, is that we want to live as long as we can for the ones that need us. So
I know, yeah.
I think that's a main goal right there. We'll have to do more of these podcasts. Maybe try
not 4 hours.
Yeah, not 4.5 hours. Well, honey, it's been a good 16 years with you. We got another 40, 50,
Oh, I thought you were
60.
ending it right then and there. Like, yeah, been a good 16 years. Okay, bye. Peace.
But no, I'm looking forward to what comes, and just the people that we meet and people we can help, and just have that servant mindset. And yeah, love you. Well,
I'm supposed to say love you too. Peace, bye. Like we do on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, love you, bye.
Love you, bye.